I call the meeting back to order. Hey, yep. Okay. We respectfully acknowledge that we live and work in Mi'kmaq as a steward of the ancestral territory of the Mi'kmaq people. We are all treaty people. Approval of the agenda and order of business. We're moving number 10 to the end of the meeting, just because let's get through the rest of it and then go into the budget discussions. Does anybody else have anything else to add? We got enough on here, so I hope not.
I do. When it comes to, when we get to that part of the budget, I'll speak to it.
Oh, well, it's in the budget, yeah. It's part of the budget discussion.
It's part of the budget.
Yeah, okay. And that's not an addition, that's just budget discussion. So approval of the agenda is changed.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion, all those in favor? Opposed, motion's carried. Public input. Each person is limited to a maximum of 5 minutes, with the entire public input session not exceeding 15. Each person must state their name and address. Questions or comments are to be directed to the chair, and comments are open to any municipal matter. Anybody wish to address the council this morning?
Morning.
Morning.
My name's Brad Armstrong, 66 Tremont Street in Chester. Just wanted to say a few things about the budget process and clear my mind. With the budget, when you're having the discussions of the budget, I believe that it should be open more to the public before before you have the discussion. Like, I'm allowed to have 5 minutes, but we're looking at a budget of quite a large number,
Yeah.
included in that. So when you have your budget discussion today, I can't contribute to it because it's in your agenda. I can only contribute right now. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yeah. Well, with the budget that size, I think, because sometimes you do public hearings before the meetings and so on, I think would be worthy to give the public more time to actually speak to the budget. Because
Is the budget public, or the
We've-
draft budget?
We've not, so the draft budget has been discussed in council, that's how we've addressed
Yeah.
it. So we've
But it was
never-
part of the council agenda.
was part of the council
which is-
agenda,
which is-
correct.
Which is a public document.
Correct, yeah.
Yes,
Well, then they can always write in and give your opinions.
yes, but the day of your discussions, which is the most important, because you write in after the fact or something like that, it seems kind of defeats the purpose. But I just was hoping that you would have more time allowed for public participation rather than 5 minutes. I've already used up 2.
Yeah.
Anyways, within your budget discussions, I didn't realize there was so much on the agenda, but there's 1.8 million for roads and IT, it says together. I'm not sure what the breakdown is of that. Is that to fix roads in subdivisions that you're bound to fix, or is that to fix J-class roads? And where are those roads? Somebody you probably don't have time to answer now, but I saw that in there, 1.8 million for roads and IT.
I don't,
Yeah, I'd have to, Tim would have to go through it, we haven't, I'm not
Okay.
sure which one you're pulling out.
Well, that's one thing that I'd like to find out about. I mean, the roads and everywhere are falling apart,
yeah.
but especially in Chester where I live, down at Big Ridges, to soon be able to catch trout down there, the holes get so big. But anyway, so there's that. And when it comes to the capital investment plan, I see on there the sort of a payment plan for this elaborate rec center that's being discussed. And I have a lot of concerns about that, and I know a lot of other people do, and you can't jam that in a 15-minute session.
No, but we're holding all kinds of public meetings with relation to that.
That's right, but to get the ear of council, whether or not even any councilors attend those meetings is open.
We may, or it
They may
depends.
or not.
Yeah.
But is there a point when council could say no to this project? Because
Absolutely.
And I want to know when that is, because already we participated and paid taxes on it last year, included with the building you want to build here now. But again, we're being taxed this year for it. We don't even know if it's going to get built, so you're taxing before. So what is the point when you're going to say no if that reaches that point? because I see money from the provincial and the federal government, their big ask, 12.5 million from both provincial and federal. And that's up to the year 28, 29, 29, 30. So, I mean, you're budgeting far out for that, but
Yeah.
if that money doesn't come,
We
What
have
then?
made no decision, I guess is what I can tell you, on whether or not we're going to proceed with the new facility or not. What we're trying to do is go out to the public and say, these are the concerns that are currently with the existing facility. What is it you want as a community? And are you prepared to pay for it? And that's what we're asking the public. And once we hear all of that back from them, then we will decide, are we moving forward or are we not?
but in the meantime, you will be collecting taxes towards the administrative building and the new building.
Well, we have to do the study to determine whether, yeah, it's not to build it. It's to determine whether or not we are going to build it.
I mean, well, yeah, of course. Well, you can talk is cheap, right?
Yeah, well, the studies aren't real cheap. because
No.
It's complicated, so that's
Yeah.
why that's what's on.
Okay, well, it's not clear in the capital investment plan what that money's for. And as far as I'm concerned, you're collecting money to build an administration building or the rec center or,
No, we're doing it to determine whether or not we're going to go forward and what it may or may not look like if we do.
okay.
Tina, you had a comment you want to make based on some
Yeah,
question?
thank you, and I
And we
know
gotta-
this
we're
isn't,
running out of
it's not
time.
really an interactive, I know, so I apologize to fellow
Well, that's
councilors,
what
but,
I'm saying, you can't-
Brad, I'm sure that you have signed up for our public alerts in terms of the agenda packages when they become public?
Yeah.
Right,
Right.
I assume. So therefore, this package would be certainly discussed within a council or policy and strategy, but they would come out to the public when they are on the public website. So if you sign, again, I'm not telling you what to do,
No.
but, you know, you probably have already signed up. It's on the front page of our website. You scroll down and you can click off if you want our newsletter, rec guide,
Yeah.
or be alerted when these packages are available. So that comes out probably anytime like Monday, Tuesday. So again, it gives you a few more days' notice than the Thursday. And also too, I think we would all welcome correspondence from a resident, from a tax, it doesn't have to be a resident. You know, anyone that has interest in our doings here prior to, so that, you know, again, any questions that you wanted to throw out at us, we could certainly share at the council table during that budget deliberation, I would think.
Yeah.
Also too, in terms of the rec facility, and again, I know it's not a back and forth, but we do have the online survey that's happening now, so
Yeah,
again,
I've already done that.
excellent, and maybe you even did the one that came out a year ago. I did that one, I've got to do this one, so I'm doing both of them myself as an individual within the municipality. So those are just two things that I wanted to throw out.
Yeah, no, I'm sort of aware of that, but my issue is that it's a huge document, and a lot of times you'll have public hearings and people can come and speak prior to what's on the agenda. Not me speaking now, and then you talk about it, number 10. You know what I mean? Like, it's such an important document for the future of what we're gonna be paying here. I believe that time should be set aside, like a public hearing, on the document before you have the final vote. Because coming in for 5 minutes on $200 million budget or whatever it's looking like now, I think it's a bit ridiculous. And people need more time. And obviously not a lot of people are even interested in the budget because nobody even shows up.
No.
From what I'm hearing, but I'm interested and I feel that there are other people who are interested, but they need to be afforded the time to make their presentation or their feelings known. That's all. I don't think 5 minutes before a meeting that has 10 things on the agenda is enough.
I don't think that we're gonna be doing public hearings on the budget.
No, we never do.
Yeah, we're gonna do our practice here. I don't think it's the practice of any municipality, frankly.
Well, I know, but how much input can you put in 5 minutes?
Well, then you have to
make
get
a
elected
discussion.
and become a member of council if you want to participate in the budget process.
Yeah. Anyway, thank you much.
Yeah.
And there isn't anybody else in the public, so that's the end of that. Minutes of the previous meeting, errors or omissions? Weren't any minutes? No? Oh, okay. Proclamations and designations, I'm unaware of any.
Nope.
Committee reports?
Nope.
Not any. Public presentations, there are none. Bylaw and policies? None.
Nope.
request for decision, Anti-Racism and Anti-Discrimination Committee, Corporate and Strategic Management, and I just have a statement to read prior to that. Before discussing the next item on the agenda, I would like to offer a few words. In 2020, many of you may recall, this council made a commitment to our communities. That commitment was to begin correcting our course towards a more equitable and inclusive municipality, beginning with our own organization. Since that time, we have developed, revised, and revised again our commitment in writing, our Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Action Plan. We did that with the generous advice and guidance of our residents, local businesses, and provincial partners. We will continue to rely on their first voice lenses to keep us on track. However, the ugliness of our discrimination is, unfortunately, a reality across municipal borders. In addition to our local efforts, we joined our regional partners to enter into an agreement with the main focus of calling out racism collectively. This agreement supported striking a community advisory committee, the Lunenburg County Anti-Racism and Anti-Discrimination Advisory Committee, and hiring a regional coordinator as an expert resource. The regional collaboration did not replace our municipality's local efforts. It did open communications between municipal units and provided a catalyst for broader discussion around common issues. But after 2 years, and despite that success, it is clear that the regional approach is not working. The first regional coordinator, prior to resignation, made many great recommendations, one of which being the equity work is better undertaken locally, not regionally. Our second regional coordinator made similar recommendations prior to leave. They are right, and we need to listen. The work is difficult, sensitive, and personal. Different communities face different challenges. Different units have different priorities. This council is interested in stopping work, isn't interested in stopping work, nor are we interested in only fulfilling what is mandated by the province. We want to honor the commitment we made 6 years ago and address the barriers facing our residents and for our residents to thrive in the communities they have chosen to live or work. But we don't want to keep using a model that isn't working for us. We need to be accountable and reevaluate how we move forward to achieve the outcomes that we need for our communities. We did not enter into an intermunicipal agreement to fail. We entered with the purpose of making a difference. We need a better approach. The extended intermunicipal agreement that all 5 units Lunenburg County have agreed to is coming to an end on September 30th, 2026. Recently, our peers in the municipality of Lunenburg passed a motion requesting mutual support from neighboring units to dissolve the Lunenburg Committee. That is what will be brought to this table for discussion today. So, that's where we are. So, 12.1, request for decision, Anti-Racism and Anti-Discrimination Committee, Corporate and Strategic Management. What are we?
Yeah, do you, I can say some words, or?
Say, well, it's, do we want
Yep.
to step away, or do we
I
not?
can say some. So this report is not about whether anti-racism, equity, diversity, and inclusion work continues. That commitment, while it's legislated, and it is legislated, is also embedded in our council policy, our strategic plan, and it's shared by staff and community. The decision before council is about how this work is best structured so that it's effective, accountable, and sustainable. So I want to begin by acknowledging the regional ARADC members and the work that they've done. They generously took on this difficult work with us, and they shared their vulnerable experiences and their first voice knowledge to help identify what we may be missing, right? That contribution has informed where we are today. If council approves the recommended direction, staff are going to continue to advance that work. But we're going to do that internally through training for staff and council, a review of our policies and programs, and relationship building. Our current plan, we already have a current plan, so we're part of the regional plan, we have a local plan as well. Our local plan already unfolds anti-racism, but centers around diversity and inclusion. As with many other services we deliver locally, we will continue to partner and work with municipal units and continue to collaborate where it makes sense. What we have learned is that regional delivery has significant structural limitations. Each municipal unit is different. Rurals versus town settings and size and capacity, policing models are different, and our demographics vary widely. The pace and the focus and pace of EDI work also differs between our communities, and we're noticing that in some of the regional approach. In addition, the ARADC did not include representation from all communities within our municipality, which limited its ability to fully reflect our local experiences. These are not matters of commitment or effort, and they don't reflect the efforts of the committee. They're structural constraints. It's important for council to note that the province no longer mandates having an advisory committee. So we were under the understanding that when the Act was first established that legislated this work, we had to have a committee and we had to have a standalone plan. Our understanding of that now, and we've confirmed with the province, we do not need to have a committee, and we do not need to have a standalone plan as long as it's reflected within your work plan and your strategic plan and your action items. But we do have a plan. We do have that plan already in place. It's important for council, so what is required is an action plan, regular updates, engagement with underrepresented and underserved communities. Staff are already working toward an updated approach for council's review ahead of the 2028 plan update. So we do have to do an update of that plan in 2028. And that will include and does include public engagement. There's also an important distinction between accessibility and EDI. So when we structured this work regionally, we looked at the work that was being done regionally, and accessibility was used as a model. We were doing that successfully at a regional level. But there's differences between the EDI work and accessibility. So accessibility very much relies on technical standards and audits and measurable compliance. So the standards are very prescriptive that the province has put out. So it talks about things like the height of curb cuts. It talks about the colors of signs and the size of fonts on sides. It's very measurable standards that we have to comply with. The EDI work addresses systemic bias, inclusion, reconciliation, and lived experiences. So those are less tangible, they're not as measurable, and they have to be rooted in our local context and trusted relationships. The recommendation before council reflects a governance and accountability assessment, not a change in our values. The EDI work is rooted in the work we are doing. A locally managed approach provides clearer accountability to council, better alignment with community realities, and more practical progress on actions within municipal control. And so that's the decision in front of you today. And the report is in the package. And so if you have any questions, I'd be happy to address them.
Okay, so we're looking for a decision on whether or not we
Yeah, so
give
there's,
notice to,
there's, sorry, I just gotta go to the motions. There's 3 motions we'd be looking for.
I don't seem to have them, that's my problem.
Okay. So, the first motion that we would recommend is that, municipal council pass a motion to provide notice that they do not intend to renew the intermunicipal agreement at the end of September. So that's the first motion, that we do not intend to renew that agreement. And further, that you request the other 4 partner units to mutually agree to dissolve the ARADC immediately. And then further, it's recommended that if a majority of the participating councils do not support the dissolution of the committee, that we withdraw from the Lunenburg County Anti-Racism and Anti-Discrimination Committee effective May 1st and direct staff to advance the municipality's anti-racism and diversity initiatives through a locally managed approach consistent with provincial requirements and council priorities.
Tom?
Is that 1 motion or 3 motions?
Pam, how would you like that? Would you like that in 1
We-
motion or 3? Three would be
I would move those, I guess we have to do them one at a time. I move the first one that we dissolve the committee.
Sorry, the first one would be that we provide notice that we do not intend to
Correct,
review-
that one first.
renew the intermunicipal agreement.
Seconder? Do we have a seconder? Yes, seconded. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed, motion's carried. Second motion.
Council, council passes a motion to request the other 4 partner units to mutually agree to dissolve the ARADC immediately was the second one.
So moved.
Seconder? Seconded. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed, motion's carried. Third motion.
That if the majority of participating councils do not support the dissolution, council approve the municipality's withdrawal from the Lunenburg County Anti-Racism and Anti-Discrimination Advisory Committee effective May 1st, and direct staff to advance our anti-racism and diversity initiatives through a locally managed approach consistent with provincial requirements and council priorities.
So moved.
Seconded. Seconder? Seconded by Abdallah. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Okay. Now, where am I? I got that one done. I'm on 12.2, I think.
Yep.
Temporary borrowing resolutions.
Him walking without crutches, that'll do it then.
Well,
I left my crutch by my chair. All right, good morning, council. The first item I have for you today is fairly straightforward, I hope. Just simply that a recommended motion that council approve the attached temporary borrowing resolution and resolution for pre-approval of debenture issuance subject to interest rate. These are required resolutions that we will submit to the province so that we can participate in the spring borrowing process. The items to be funded through debt in this issuance of debentures is listed in the RFD. There are 6 items that were all budgeted in the 25-26 capital budget, which have all been completed and therefore are ready for funding. Alternative options would be to find other sources of funding. However, the recommendation is that we've already approved these funding sources and we just need to go through this process in order to participate in that borrowing.
somebody prepared to move we approve? Seconder? Discussion?
Nope, this is just funding of the one that we've purchased already. Yeah.
Further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed, motion's carried. And was that it?
Yep.
Yeah, it
I
was.
do have one other item, but it's a little more involved. Are we at that point yet?
Budget.
Oh, the budget, oh, yeah, I'll go back to the beginning. Yeah, okay, well, we gotta start somewheres.
Well, hopefully we're not totally restarting because we did
No, I
have
hope
quite
not,
a
but-
robust discussion last week. Again, I have 4 documents here for you. One of them is just the presentation we're going to go through, and the other 3 are the official
Page
budget
1.
document drafts. They're operating, capital, and reserves, respectively. The capital and reserves documents are exactly the same as the ones that were included in last week's package. The operating budget book as well as the presentation have been updated to reflect the discussion and the motions that were passed last week. And so, I'll just get into it. I've added a slide on page 3 of the presentation, which covers the changes that were made to the draft. So those changes that were approved last week were a number of changes to the proposed or requested budgeted grants. The Chester Brass Band was removed, $15,000 savings to the budget. Chester Playhouse was reduced by $20,000 to the 25-26 amount of $25,000. Similarly, Community Wheels and Church Memorial Park grant requests were reduced from the initial budget draft back to what those numbers were last year. Council district grants were removed for a savings of $70,000. And then 3 different projects were removed from the budget. That was the HWA inoculation, the EDI policy consulting work, and the dry hydrant program for a total of an additional $90,000 in savings there. The total reductions to operating expenses from those changes is $202,700. By removing those expenditures from the tax-supported budget, that reduces the proposed general rate increase from 3.4 cents to 2.62 cents. That's a 23% reduction over the initial presentation. I've also included a chart here that just shows the last 5 years or 4 years plus the proposed currently residential tax rate. So we were at 70.5 cents per hundred up until 23-24 when it was reduced by a cent and then in 24-25 reduced by another cent, held flat through 25-26, and then based on the budget as it is currently presented, it would be 71.12 cents per $100 of taxable assessed value. Throughout the rest of the presentation, you may see some red squares, and those are really just to highlight where changes have been made from the previous version.
Yeah.
I'm not going to spend much time on the next few slides because we did go through these in detail, but there's a description of the budget formats for the 3 budget documents. There is an overall summary of the operating budget, including highlighting where those changes have been affected. There are 2 slides for the pie charts of revenues and expenditures. 2 slides of analysis of different residential property types, both in valuations and then as in the second slide in tax bills and impact of various changes.
Yeah.
The next few slides cover the reconciliation from prior year to current year of the tax-supported operating budget. You can see some changes on that summary slide that shows the change from that 3.4 cent increase to the 2.62 cents. That is based on those reductions to what we've called here the discretionary increases. And you can see the details of those changes a couple slides forward on page 10. We also went through the salary and wage budget reconciliation. The only change I put here is correcting my error on the title of that growth position to wastewater supervisor.
Oh, yeah.
And then the budgeted, not the budgeted, but the grants expenditure slide. And then there's been some changes here, all reflected in the slide as you see.
Yeah.
The next section is where I get to call on some of my colleagues. We're going to go through the operating budget summaries for each of the departments. So first up is Erin with her department, Corporate and Strategic Management.
Okay, so I'm going to ask council to refer to the operating budget book. This is the book that goes through more detail in terms of the different categories in the Corporate and Strategic Management Department. The first item is the council budget. So this budget includes the membership to NSFM conferences as well as the FCM conferences and the fees, along with district-specific allocations for training and professional development. So each district has its own training and professional development budget. So some of the overall council budget last year, we reallocated some of that expense to individual districts for council's use. And this year, the budget includes as well the mayoral boundary review project, so that is out for competition right now. We put out a scope of work. That is where we're moving in the direction of a mayoral system, and so as a result, we're going to be looking at boundary options for council's consideration. The increased budget reflects additional grant requests, as well as a larger conference allocation, because last year there was a reduction in those who attended the FCM conference, with the understanding that this year all councillors are expected to attend FCM. There's no questions on each section. I can just keep jumping to the next ones, unless there's other questions. No? Okay. So under the Corporate and Strategic Management and CAO budget, this budget includes $30,000 for communications consultant support, so this is the same as last year. This year we're managing a very large capital program alongside advancing our growth plan initiative. So with that comes an increase in communication needs. And as council's aware, we have one communications officer. So staff feel this is a cost-effective way to supplement the communications work that comes along with that large capital budget. To keep pace with the volume and the importance of the work, we recommend including the same as last year in that budget. eScribe is also included, which is tied to council's strategic plan to digitize our services and improve accessibility and access for the public to our council agenda packages. Phase 1 of this transition is coming. We're looking to expect to see some of those changes start to be implemented on the next council agenda process. You may see some changes in the way that it looks. But we'll be phasing in that change in order to digitize the agenda packages. The holiday party was always included in the budget, but we did pull it out to its own GL for this budget, so it's the same amount that's included, and that is supplemented by fundraising initiatives that staff do each year. And that is it for the CSM budget changes. The next one is the Lunenburg County Anti-Racism and Diversity budget. So we do have contractual obligations for this budget. So there'll be a slight reduction based on council's decision today, but the majority of this budget will be spent this year. Lunenburg County accessibility budget, this includes the cost of the regional coordinator position, public engagement costs as well, staff, council, and committee training costs, website development, and upgrades. And in particular, this year, the budget is, there's a slight increase, which is supporting regional action number 8. And this is about collecting and sharing information about accessible facilities and outdoor spaces. So the use of this work will be done by a planning student from Dal, from one of their programs, for a cost of $14,000, and that's to go out and document our accessible spaces and have that available for the general public to know before they're going to a particular area what is accessible and what they can expect. I think next is contingency. So this is a contingency fund that we have every year, and it serves as a financial safeguard. So this is to provide some flexibility to address unforeseen expenses or revenue shortfalls. Policing and corrections, we have little flexibility in this part of the budget. This year we have a 4.2% increase in costs, and the province has indicated that they will not be recovering additional funds in relation to the retroactive RCMP salary obligations. However, it is important to note that they are currently undergoing broader police modernization initiatives, which includes the development of a new funding arrangement. So we expect to have more information come forward on what that impact could be under the PPSA agreement.
It's 110 more though than last year.
Yes, it is currently, yeah. Also, they're also undergoing a resource analysis underway for our district in Lunenburg specifically, which may also have budgetary impacts that we're just not aware of at the moment. So until they let us know what those impacts may be, we have the 4.2% increase that we are aware of included in the budget.
Yeah.
On the emergency measures side, this is our regional emergency management participation for Lunenburg County. So that involves the work that we do with the planning committee, CAO meetings, advisory meetings, the training that we do monthly training, as well as our assistant emergency coordinator on-call rotation. This maintains, so we have the AEC position for the town of Mahone Bay is included as revenue right now until the end of this year, but it's the next year, that'll be the last, this will be the last year that we have that revenue to included in the budget. And then there is also $20,000 included in this budget for the water coupon program. So last year, we spent $135,000 on water coupons. Now that was all recouped by the province. The
That's the
province
good part.
reimbursed us. They have indicated they're no longer going to reimburse water coupon programs moving forward. We have 3 community wells coming on board this year. They're not ready yet, so that's important to note. But at some point, staff would be looking for some council direction on whether or not we want to keep the $20,000 in the budget as a supplement to those community wells coming on board in the 3 different districts. And if so, we would bring forward some policy options on how we would manage access to the water coupon program. And that would include such things as, so we have Chester Basin, Hubbards, and the Public Works Facility as the 3 potential locations. So would we restrict access to the water coupon program and the other districts that do not have access? Those are some considerations that we would bring forward. However, if council is considering discontinuing the water program, it would be helpful for us to let residents know with as much notice as possible,
Yeah.
that they would not have that to rely on this summer if we have some drought conditions.
Tina, you're first.
Thank you. Actually, I want to go back to the RCMP slide, but we'll start with this one. We're here if you want.
Sure.
So I'm glad you added that in there in terms of council deliberation, consideration, discussion around the areas that aren't yet ready and don't have, and we're not ready, and they're not, and we don't have a public source in, maybe when we look at the far reaches of our areas outside of Chester Basin, the Windsor Road and Hubbards, right? So I'm thinking Blandford maybe in particular, and New Ross, if you will. All areas are important. So I don't think I'm ready to throw that program out just yet. And I know we're going to have that discussion down the road, but I just want to say that right now. In terms of the RCMP slide, Just for clarification, it certainly piqued my interest. You mentioned that the federal government, or maybe it's the RCMP Nova Scotia, I'm not sure who they would be, but undertaking a resource analysis for our area or in our area. So are we talking Lunenburg County or the municipality of Chester? What's our-
Lunenburg County.
Okay, perfect. So does that take me back to when, say, for example, some of the areas were indicating concern because they didn't think that their numbers were where they should be in terms of staffing of RCMP? Is that what that
That's
means,
more or
resource
less it.
analysis?
Yes.
Great, I'm glad that there's gonna be a resource analysis done of the entire county, because I know that I hear that in my area. Rightly, wrongly, just the idea that, where's the presence is all I'll say. So, yeah, thank you for that, thank you.
Okay. Andre?
Where do they pick up the coupons again? Can someone remind me?
Grocery stores,
They pick up the coupons here, and then they go to the grocery stores to get
how
them.
to use them.
So this is where they're issued from. So people can get here to get the coupons, but they can't get to one of the available community wells to
I
get
believe the
water?
community schools also have,
schools.
yeah, we also have coupons available at the community schools.
Counselor from New Ross almost had an aneurysm there. I think that it's time to get rid of this program. I actually never really thought we should have had it, to be honest with you, but I guess last year's drought, I'm glad we had it, I suppose, but I'm talking both ways, but now we're bringing wells online. I think if anything, this may motivate those outliers that haven't yet committed to installing their wells. Maybe it'll motivate them to hurry up.
Yeah, we are lending money.
Yeah, to me, we're either doing the community wells or we're doing the other. We're not doing both, so, let's discontinue this. It's enough.
Tom, you were next, I think.
Thank you, Warden Weber. A hot topic, water. I have had many consultations about water. I thank our staff for making 3 available, but we need more. I need 1 in District 3 because it needs to be an urgency. It's important. We're looking at potentially this year and other years drought. 137 down to 20. I have to agree. I want to keep at least 20 in a reserve that for the necessary things we have some option. I know we've given away more than most municipalities and worked hard to help people. Most don't have the patience or the ability to just drop everything. Water's essential. And I think that's a huge thing that we have to deal with and make sure that we have something to provide a certain amount of things. And I encourage that we keep finding wells that work for our communities.
Tina?
Thank you. Just have to say I appreciate Deputy Warden Vino paying attention to maybe my health at the time here. So I do want to say thank you to council and thank you to staff, if you will, in terms of our the ability and the opportunity for people in the outlying regions to pick up those coupons where they live, closer to where they live. It is important. I have heard from New Rossers and Blandfordites, whatever, Blandford residents. It's appreciated. It's just another thing that we can do because we do schedule staff, if you will, in those community school locations. So it's very much appreciated. And that's it for now. So I'll wait for the further discussion down the road.
Sharon? Oh, sorry, Andre.
Andre had his
Andre was first, yeah.
I was just gonna say, how do we actually budget this? So, we go in and there's a lengthy period where we open this up, these coupons to be available, and 20,000, it comes back, it's the middle of the summer, we've used up our 20,000, then what? We continue on, and there's no end. And, people will do what's convenient. I think that there's an opportunity here to find other solutions that may cost our taxpayers less. And should we put a budget in here that $20,000, I think that's fictitious, because it'll be whatever it is. And you could put 10,000 there, you could put 30,000. What does it all mean? I'd say it's kind of meaningless, isn't it? So do you really wanna open that up? Yeah, last year we spent $170,000, is that right?
135.
$135,000, so.
Okay, Sharon?
Thank you. Well, hopefully we would never be near that since we were going to have community wells active, and I'm hoping that. There will be one in East Chester. There's one at the Public Works facility in the Windsor Road, and I think there is one
Church in Chester Basin.
church in Chester Basin. So we're going to have 3 active sites, and that will help certainly some. I am fine with, for this year, only putting the 20,000 aside for the outliers for New Ross or Blandford, but I think we need to put a cap on it. And quite a few people can drive from New Ross to the grocery store. I know it's a little inconvenient, but they could drive to Chester to get the coupon. So I would leave that, but I think these other sites, they definitely should be online by early summer. And that's, we usually get the drought in August, September.
Except for last year.
Well,
We've had a lot of rain.
we have had a lot of rain, but I'm okay with putting that aside. But I think we do have to have a limit. Other places do, unfortunately, but we want to encourage people to go to the sites that are open.
Della?
Yeah, I think, just to build on what Sharon said, I think the key here is we need to communicate to the public that starting now, in the newsletter, on our website, what's available, or what's gonna be available. Because we were lucky last year that the province reimbursed us, because that was a big hit. And to Andre's point, I mean, how do you put an amount on it? Do you put 20,000 on it, and then so I think it's like we gotta try to transition from our water coupon program to the community wells. I mean, this has been going on for 4 years. And I think, I know it personally, if I needed water, I would go get it. I'd go to the community well to get it. I mean, it's easy to go get water at the with a coupon. And I think, I'm sort of leaning towards just not budgeting for the water program this year. I don't know how much you put in it.
Well, 20 is what's suggested at the moment.
And just a little bit of context, that 20,000 budget is to be funded from reserves, so it doesn't impact the tax rate directly. However, the comment about unknown costs and all that is still relevant.
So do we offer the water program just to the districts that don't have a community well? I mean, that's, you couldn't do that. I mean, why, you couldn't do that? I mean, that's crazy.
Well, you can suggest that, but it'd be hard to prove.
Well, yeah, you can. So I guess I'm leaning towards, perhaps taking that part of it out of the budget. And it's a lot of expense, not only the cost of the water, the staff time to,
Administration.
to implement everything and the redemption. But anyway, yeah, that's where I'm landing, actually.
Okay, any other comments? Well, we have to make a decision what we're doing. Not right this second, but, at some point.
Oh my gosh.
Easy, Bob.
Folks, we're gonna have to find things to cut, and it's not gonna be just one thing. We're gonna have to find lots of little things. Now, Tim mentioned that this is coming from reserves, and I think that's a good discussion, because we're gonna have to get into that later. Because we have some things that we do, like, for example, I think we take, for example, our wind revenue, and we put it into operating reserves.
Partially, yes.
Partially, yeah. And then some operational things, then we pull out of reserves, and then we say, well, it's not really impacting the tax rate, but it's kind of like a bit of a shell game, because if we were funding it directly from.
It's impacting our overall
Like,
financial
well, all we're doing is
position.
putting into the bag, and then we're taking it out of the bag with the other hand. So, it depends on how we want to what our policy is and how we, for example, I'm very interested in our wind reserve and how, wind revenue and how we're gonna use that. So when we get to that part of the discussion, like, that will become important, how we fund these things from operating reserves. And because in a way, if we didn't put it, if we took wind revenue and we directly put it into our operating budget, then that would have a direct impact on, like, you can either cut costs or you can add revenue. And the primary source of increasing our revenue that we're discussing here is increasing the tax rate. Well, there are other knobs we can turn. So, you know, it's true that if we cut this from, as it's set forth here, if we cut the $20,000 out, it doesn't really help us at this point to get that tax number down just a little bit, but maybe it will later in the conversation if we talk about how we're gonna structure wind revenue in the future, which I think is gonna be a good debate.
Okay, so are we just plain leaving it in for the moment until we get there, or what? Other than that, I need a motion to do something.
Well, no motions yet, I think we'll just sort of.
Okay.
It's a bit of a shoulder shrug at this point.
Yeah, well, it's, wish you knew what the weather was gonna be. Or exactly when the other wells were gonna come on stream and all that kind of stuff. Anyway, okay, move along.
Okay, so the final item of note in the emergency measures budget is the addition of the community readiness coordinator position for the municipality of Chester, and 1/3 of that coordinator's costs will be billed to the REMO organization, and we'd be receiving that as revenue.
Yep.
Fire protection is the next item, and this budget accounts for outreach, training, and recruitment and retention support. So it's supporting fire services in the municipality of Chester. It supports our fire advisory committee meetings as well as fire chief meetings and any of the subcommittee work that happens. The increase in this budget is for the revised allocation of salary for the fire services and safety coordinator to focus more on the fire services support than the occupational health and safety work, as well as $57,000 allocated to the Swiftwater Rescue Project.
Oh, yeah.
Economic development, we've had a couple of recent presentations in this subcategory, so it encompasses a range of initiatives, so a lot of it has to do with the growth plan. Our senior economic development officer was here just recently and presented the economic development strategy, which encompasses a lot of the actions that this budget will be implementing. It includes arts and culture strategy as well as the community beautification revitalization program, the comprehensive community plan for Exit 6, as well as business supports and the Tourism Chester program.
Yep.
Kaiser Meadow Industrial Park is just promotion costs of the industrial park through All Nova Scotia and Viewpoint, and legal and survey expenses if needed. And the school board mandatory contribution is a non-discretionary budget item.
Yeah.
Contributions are based on uniform assessed values, and they've increased 4%. And that's reflected in the budget, and that's the end of the corporate and strategic management department.
Yeah.
Okay,
Community development and recreation?
and so next we'll ask Chad Hahn to come join us and speak about his department, community
Then we'll have a
development and
short break.
recreation.
After this one?
Okay, so the first program area under my department would be the animal control. And so animal control contract, if council recalls that we did an extension of the current contract for 6 months, and we're just in the process. And actually the RFP is out right now, and we're trying to solicit some bidders for that animal control contract to take that over for the upcoming period of 5 years is what's presented in that. So we're just going through that process right now. Just a reminder to council that one of the other things that we do, we've built in there that we extend that service to modal as well. So when folks bid on that service, that are providing animal control service to the municipality of Chester as well as our neighbors in modal. So that's in progress and underway right now, and we added a little bit to the budget this year, not knowing what prices
Haven't got a
will
clue,
so
yeah.
we'll see how that process unfolds in the next little while. For bylaw and bylaw enforcement. So just again, a reminder to council that with the bylaw position, this is split. So we have a bylaw enforcement officer, and 2 days a week that staff member works with the landfill and doing some of the enforcement there. So you think of like our public drop-offs and those types of things. And the other 3 days a week is worked on other bylaw enforcement, so dangerous unsightly properties and those types of things. And as well, speaking of dangerous unsightly, we have that committee work that council had provided us with direction to make those changes, and so there'll be reports coming back in the next few weeks, just on the whole process of how dangerous unsightly works with council. So that work, obviously that part of it won't have an impact on the budget, but just a slight change for how that will operate in the upcoming year. Under building inspection, so we don't have any real significant changes happening with building inspection. We are in a good position now where we've kind of gone through the past few years, and we have used that building inspector training program. So we now have a good contingent of building inspection staff that's working right now. And we did have, last year while we were going through that process, we were able to use some half funding to help supplement the cost of our building inspectors. And so that is ending, and so that'll be
That's
a
why
change.
the increase. Yeah.
That's right, the change this year is that it was covered through half last year, and now it's back to our regular budget this year. Similar for fire inspections, so no big changes this year. There's a lot of really good work happening with fire inspection, and that if council recalls, we had quite we were running a deficit in terms of we were behind in inspections, and that happened over kind of cumulative effect over a number of years. And so our current fire inspector has been working to dig us out of that hole and has really come a long way. And we anticipate that within this current fiscal year that we will be 100% completely up to date, and we'll have all our inspections up to date, including new inspections. So some could be some new buildings or new occupancies that maybe perhaps weren't on the list or were missed for whatever reason in the past, as well as those that perhaps hadn't met their regular schedule of when they needed to be inspected. And so we're definitely on track, and so things are looking really good from the fire inspection side of things. So no significant change in the budget. For planning, within our planning department, I think folks are pretty up to date with all the different projects that are happening. And
Yeah, quite a few.
right now
Yeah.
with planning, lots of files happening. So no significant changes. Again, there is some impact with the housing accelerator funds. We know that we have a couple of projects underway. For example, the sewer and subdivision bylaws. So that work is happening right now. We have our consultants in place. We've had some meetings with them. So that work is progressing really well. And some of those files will come back to you in the next few weeks. But overall, no change in staffing, and I think some of the staffing changes that we made last year, we're just starting to see some of the positive impacts of that. Just so, for example, we had the retirement of one of our part-time development officers, and we had two new development officers with Chris and Trevor, and they're working out fantastic to date. And so as they get up to speed and are able to take on a heavier load of files, we're able to process those files a little bit more quickly. And I know that was one of council's concerns, is hearing from the public and the amount of time sometimes it takes to get through files. And so this is our attempt to really work at that, and I think we're making good progress. And again, as we come forward with quarterly reports, we'll be able to provide some stats for you as to the number of permit applications that come through and some of the timing it takes to process those applications, that type of thing. So so some really good work happening there. On the recreation side of things, again, our council has been very supportive of all those activities that we do with our community schools and our recreation service and our open space, and so there's a lot of good work happening there. And of course, one of the big ones that we have ongoing right now that had started last year, and that is with the potential for a new recreation facility, and we made the staff adjustments to help accommodate that for a couple of years and all of that work. And so some of that will be coming up in the capital discussion as well in the next little while, but that work is progressing. And I think council is aware of all the public engagement sessions that are scheduled for the upcoming week, and so lots of really good work happening with that facility work over the next little while. I don't think, unless there's any other
Heritage properties.
oh, the next one, yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
I just wondered, I was trying to think if there was anything else to mention in recreation, but I don't think. Heritage properties, so very small budget within there. Essentially, the funding in that line item goes to our support for social regional libraries. So that, I don't think there's much to say about that. And I believe, I think that's it.
That's it for
So
you.
unless there's any specific questions that any council has.
Abdallah has one.
I just wanted
Program
to say,
areas.
I'm glad to see that the farm inspections are getting back. I guess I wanna ask, the enforcement officer or the fire inspector, is he getting a lot of, like, I mean, this hasn't gone on for a while. If I was a business owner and, so he's obviously be able to work with these pretty well. Is he getting, you know what I mean, there's a dynamic there that, well, while you're inspecting me, you haven't been here for 4 years.
Yeah. And
So he's
there-
good?
Yeah, no, it's working really good, and
That's
there is
good.
there is a schedule, and most depending on the occupancy and like what's happening within that building, partly is determined, the classification determines on how frequently those inspections are. But most people know to expect it, and they're not surprised.
And he's
when
good,
it
and
comes.
he's good to work with and everything,
Yeah,
that's
absolutely.
great.
Yeah, and sometimes, so obviously when he goes in,
Absolutely.
sometimes he's identifying things that are out of compliance, that need to be brought into compliance, whether that's, something as simple as, missing fire extinguishers or, smoke detectors and all those kind of things, all the way through to larger items. So unfortunately, sometimes those things cost money to bring it up to speed, but for the most part,
Yeah, meet
it's
the
a good
requirements.
working relationship, and we
Well,
work with
that's
them.
great, because-
Similar to bylaw or building inspection, the approach is education first, so we're educating people on what the requirements are and why. It's all about life safety and public safety, and working through that, and we tend not to take the approach of coming down with a heavy hand. It's more that education approach, and we'll work with you to help you, coach you through, work through those issues and bring those facilities into compliance. And most facility owners are very, very good to work with, are fully understanding, and there's some, that's not always the case.
No,
There's some
no,
that
that's-
are more challenging, but.
But yeah, that,
overall.
and once you get everybody into compliance and get into a rate, their costs will be less, obviously. If there is a problem the next time. That's great to hear. Thank you, Chad.
Anything else, Chad? Don't see any more questions, so. Oh, no? Okay, we're gonna take a 10-minute break. Okay, we'll call the meeting back to order, and we're on Public Works, I think.
Correct.
Just have Fred, why not join us to talk about his
Lots of
department?
stuff in Public Works.
Yes, and just to give you a summary of the summaries, we pretty well kept things status quo, honestly. We're looking for, to fill one position that's been vacant for 14 months, upgrade that to a project engineer. And right now, we have 2 full-time wastewater people managing 6 plants and systems. So we desperately need that other person so we can prepare for the new higher
Yeah.
technology coming online. And the rest, budget-wise, is snow removal. Their tendered costs for the sidewalks for the coming year. And we have new roads, new sidewalks, and that's just the projected price. So that's the biggest jump for us, to be honest. Everything else is pretty much give and take throughout the whole thing. And if you have any specific questions, I'm here.
Well, that was a pretty good summary.
Yeah.
Anybody have any questions? Yes, Audrey, sorry.
Well, we've made a $250,000 investment in a new sidewalk machine. So now
Correct.
now I want some explanation about how we're gonna save some money, hopefully. Not, I understand there's maybe a service level we're trying to elevate, but how can we save some money? We got some nice equipment there.
Yeah, we got
Better
another.
equipment than our contractor, I would even maybe say.
I would say basically because it's newer more than anything, but the contractor has similar equipment.
Okay.
Yeah. And, yeah, it's just have another year, get some training on that, see whether or not we can make that stab to do it our own next year, unless needed.
So what is the nature of a contract? I don't recall. Is it annual or is it? do we
Yeah,
have to
it's,
run it out?
right now, it's a 2-year
two-year
contract
contract,
with an
we just
option for
renewed.
a third. And it's based on meters of sidewalk. And then we also have in the contract that if there's a new sidewalk in their area, they must maintain that price as well for the new section, which helps us plan, which is what we came up with that. Because the new Ross contractor is gonna have sidewalk now from the intersection with the 40s Road and Highway 12 all the way out to the fairgrounds. And then Hubbard's, we have the loop coming down the 329 and then back up Fox Point Road to Highway 3. That's probably 2.5 kilometers off the top of my head. There's possibility Commons Road as well, and we have a small section of Western Shore, so. And we've done a good job trying to see through Parks and Recreation Council strategy for AT. We're getting a lot of sidewalks, but there's a maintenance cost to that as well. And it's worth it, but that's why my budget's up essentially, a lot of
I
that.
guess I was just wondering, like, can we park that thing in one of our areas where we have sidewalks and then have our staff, that's their training, they look after that chunk and that's what they're doing is just
And maybe save
that
us.
little
Yeah.
section and then can we realize any savings there or is it contractually we have to spend the money because that's our commitment to it?
That's our commitment, whether it's a heavy year or a light year. It's a lump sum cost per meter for the contractor. And yeah, maybe parking ours down here on site somewhere would help us that little bit to get here, right? And then do
Well,
that.
I guess I'm trying to think of a way that we can, like, instead of it seems really, in my mind, a bit intangible what exactly we're doing with our machine. I know we're doing training, we're trying to, but like, what does the contractor do? What do we do? Is the answer, they do everything, we don't really do anything? Or maybe if we get a complaint, we drive over there and we push some snow to
Yeah.
somebody's driveway, but like, when do we start saying, okay, well, we're gonna be responsible for this section? You guys do the other stuff, like,
Yeah.
when does that happen? Because that's when we see a benefit.
That's the option of
taxpayer.
year 3. That's correct. Right now, it's 100% responsibility is them, but legally, we have to always monitor as well, do our inspections, help out where we can with it, and get the training, because long-term, like we have 8 subdivisions that may be built this year. So long-term, we'll be doing that maintenance. We're contracting out. We're trying to prepare, see what we can and can't do in-house and bring us a good case study back to council for approval.
Well, I think where when we bought this equipment, we were assuming that at some point, like most urbanized municipalities, they have their own equipment for sidewalks.
Yeah.
It's just not economically feasible to put it all out contract. So I can see that our bigger sidewalk networks, we would have equipment that we own and we maintain, and then the small areas that are more satellites areas, then they would be contracted potentially until they became economically feasible to buy equipment and maintain them ourselves.
Exactly, yeah. We're a pretty small group right now, but we had to do the work now and determine what we can do and prepare for what may be coming, because we hear lots of rumors about J-class roads, right?
Yeah.
Gotta get ready.
Well, yeah, that's one part of it, but, all right, fine. So in short, you're not looking, there's no way to use that equipment to make some savings here?
Not
Trying
for
to
the
find
coming
savings
year,
here.
and then technically it's a bit more cost because we're operating one as well. But we feel it's best for the long-term planning of the department and just feeling out what we can and can't do.
All right.
Okay. Any other questions on, oh, sorry, Clarissa.
Thank you, Fred. This is going to be cost shared, and it's gonna be utilized, and it's gonna be shared. So I guess there's cost incurring to put it on the trailer and bring it down to Hubbard's if it needs to be used there.
Yeah.
I understand that there's costs associated with that, but it has not yet been used, correct?
Oh, yeah, we've used it.
You've used it.
A little bit. We did a lot of training on the trails to get a feel for it. We've actually, when we brought in extra gravels for our facility there, we spread it with the machine, because different attachments.
Yeah.
We'll probably do some work with the town of Mohone Bay this year, like borrow some of their attachments for trail maintenance. And so just feeling it out for the next couple of years, get that confidence and see what we can do. And maybe it is getting a trailer to take it down and also do Hubbard's.
Yeah,
as
because
well, right?
it doesn't help my district at all, where it's parked here in Chester. Like, I'm just
That's right.
throwing that out there. So
Yeah.
the whole intent is like, futuristically, are we gonna buy 7 of them for one for each district? I mean, I don't know
Well,
how
that's
it's.
what we'd have to do, have a look at, okay, we need 3 to do everything, right? Or maybe we do
Yeah.
need 2, or maybe it's
We just
better
aren't
to
there
have
yet.
something maintained, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
So primarily, this is purposely gonna be used for sidewalks, clearing, and of course, the trail. Like, it's multi-purpose.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, that's what I'd like to see if there's like specialized equipment that we can use in-house, right?
Okay.
And we look at roads, we do some of the plowing ourselves with the regular 3/4 ton truck. But if we get more roads and that, do we upgrade to a single axle? Do we go to a loader plow, a grader plow, and things like that? So,
Thank you.
Tina? I
Thank
think
you.
it was Tina next.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
Tina, you go ahead, because you had your name up first.
Yeah, I know,
You go ahead.
I was off and on. So I'm thinking back to when this came to council for a request for decision for the investment.
yeah,
And the discussion, until I go back in my paper copy, and if I wanted to go on live stream, I guess, but I won't. But in my paper notes, we talked about the fact that this wasn't just intended for one area. I remember the
that's right,
discussion.
yeah.
So the discussion was for the municipality in terms of the properties that, whether it's contracted or not, which of course it is now currently. So yeah, that was the discussion, because we did talk about the challenge of trailering and training and staff use. So that was the intention and the discussion around the motion to invest in this. So it was absolutely in Hubbard's. The
No, it was
sidewalks-
part of it.
The sidewalks.
Everywhere, yeah.
Sidewalks, New
Yeah.
Ross and so on. So, I wanted to make sure that my memory was correct, yeah.
That's right, yeah.
Okay.
No, like with the construction, the new sidewalks, I definitely want to see what the logistics are to
Yeah.
getting it down there, the
Yeah.
time we've spent on that and so on,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
Thank you.
Andre, or Abdallah?
Thank you. This is what I wanted to speak about, Alan, that what we, my favorite subject, Fred, the flower baskets and the wreaths and what, in Walt Rose Park. And, we discussed this last year. We couldn't make it happen last year. So I guess if I'm looking at, this is a gem property. And in our description of what we do, as Public Works, your statement is, we maintain trails and parks, both structurally and aesthetically. Now, I've come up with a little idea here that when they did the work at the park last year and had to put culverts in there,
Yeah.
they had to take out sections of shrubbery, I call it, because it's wild roses, but it always looked like crap there, and years ago, when we had another staff member here, they were gonna contract the maintenance of that out. But one of the staff members worked in landscaping before he came here and was gonna look after it. Never got done, but that's another story. So I walk the park every day. And I'm walking by and I'm seeing these nice clean sections of nothing, which looks great in my eye. And then you walk a little further in the patch, maybe it's just out of hand stuff. And again, and then section. So my proposal is, I'll probably be asking it for a staff report on it, but my proposal is to, when they're working, because there's another phase to the park. And I know it's not important to some councillors, but it's a municipal property. And I will say that the light standards are in park property. But what I'd like to see is I'd like to see all of that removed on the sidewalk, make it a clean patch. And in keeping with the park's name, do the flower pots with roses in the park. And as far as the maintenance would be concerned, I mean, I'm not the smartest tool in the drawer, but the people that used to do it before, that had the flower shop, the guy was a truck driver, and he made a watering apparatus without getting on a ladder, and it was just a tote with water in it on the back of his truck with the pump, and he took copper wire, put a hook on it, and watered it from the ground. It wasn't a big elaborate system that cost thousands of dollars. And you know, to work on it, like those rose bushes are just, they're atrocious looking. And I know they trimmed them last year or 2 years ago and flattened, but they still looked atrocious because of the grass growing up to them. And I know they're wild roses, but most people look at it, it's just a mess. And it's a mess to me. So this is what this is where I'm going with that, is that I think it'll save us money in the long run as well. It's like you say, and in our statement, we say we want it aesthetically. I mean, everybody uses that park.
Yeah.
Everybody.
It's a nice park, yeah.
It's very, it's huge, not only for the view of the ocean here, you got a restaurant there, people walk there all the time, they have picnic lunches there. It's a big asset to our community. And I'll finish here, but I mean, we cut our municipal grants out of the budget, and I put that motion on the floor, or if I didn't, I was, and I used a lot of that budget for these pots, which I can't do anymore because the ladies that did it stopped, but you know, I think it's important to me. I think it's important to the municipality that we got a beautiful park there. You know, I think it'll be a cost saving in the long run. You don't have to look after everything at all. They'll be gone, and it's so clean looking that. Anyway, that's my case.
So if I got this right, you want to cut all the rose bushes down that are there and get rid of them, and then
Yep.
put roses in the pots and
In the
let us
pots,
look after
yes,
them.
absolutely.
Okay, Tina?
Thank you. So cost savings or not, and I could be wrong, but this is our property. We maintain our properties. And outside of our own properties, we actually do work on other properties, e.g., where the train station is. Is that right?
Correct.
That's right.
I guess that's all I want to put on the table right now.
I forgot to mention that.
Well, I guess cutting the bushes down is not an issue. It's the water in the flower pots, because a lot of communities have them and just.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Reno.
I was just trying to follow along. There's so many words.
Yeah.
I understand the proposal is to cut all the wild roses down in Wild Rose Park.
Mm-hmm.
That's the
That's what
proposal.
I'm
And then
hearing.
put some baskets up that may or may not contain roses. think we'll definitely need a staff report on that one, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, what, I mean, Tina?
Thank you. I get the fact that it's the ongoing maintenance. We have flower baskets in New Ross. I get that. It's not our property in New Ross, and we do, and the community comes together and supports the Charing Cross Garden Club to see that happen. Again, we don't know that it's green lit for this year. We hope it is. We hope it's gonna happen. But every year that, you know, again, the organizations have to come together to decide that, and businesses and individuals do individual contributions to make it happen. Ongoing maintenance, but we provide ongoing maintenance to all of our properties, I believe. And I believe that we provide ongoing maintenance, e.g., might be wrong, lawn mowing
Oh, yeah, we do that.
at the train station.
Yes.
Okay, no, just, again, so the staff report is gonna, I welcome the staff, if we agree to a staff report, which we might
Oh, I
need a
have no
motion.
issue with the staff report. The only issue I have is like in Chester Basin, all of the flower baskets are on municipally owned or those decorative lamp poles. Some of them are in Anvil Park, which we own, and it's gonna be difficult for me to justify watering and maintaining the ones in one community if they're not in another. That's all, but staff report I'm happy with. What's it mean? Yeah, Sharon?
Thank you. I welcome a staff report because I think this can get totally out of hand, and we want to empower the community groups to have pride in their community and do things, and I certainly know in New Ross, they do that and they look wonderful, and they take pride in that. I mean, we do have the Together We Can Park. Something should be able to be worked out, and I'm not so sure that I agree with cutting the rose bushes down. If somebody would look at them and maybe weed them and fix them up, they could look quite nice.
Yeah.
And they're wild roses, and they are really a good solution for there because they can handle salt. And I just don't know what kind of flower you can get, like a rose hanging basket. I haven't actually seen one of them. I don't know flowers really well, but it's just not the type of flower you get in a hanging basket. That's the problem. You can get flowers, but not, you know, for a hanging basket purpose. Maybe there's something new, I don't know, but I would be in favor of the staff report, and let's go from there. I'm not so sure I'd want to get rid of the roses right away. Maybe we need to plant some in the sections that are bare.
Well, that's kind of what we were thinking in-house, because for a capital project, we didn't go right with the finishing design of the sidewalk and the two paved areas. We said, well, let's have someone with accessibility and a landscape to look at that design, and is there a different type of rose bushes should put somewhere in there? We should still have wild roses somewhere, right? And then with the hanging baskets, you gotta make sure that they're salt resistant too, because of the spray. So there's a lot to look at there. Like, we could go ahead with that capital project, bring it up for the paving of the sidewalk, but I said, let's have someone have a good look at it,
Yeah.
see where it can be improved, have those aesthetics brought back, and even removing the wild rose stumps that are in there now, like what the best way is to do that, because they tend to keep coming and coming, right? And right now, like, there's the underground power cables, they're all underneath those wild rose bushes. And they're all wrapped around these cables too, right? So there's that bit too that we gotta look at, yeah,
Okay,
Yeah.
sorry.
yeah. No, that's just my
Yeah,
thought,
your
that's
turn,
capital,
Ella.
but, yeah.
Yeah, no, listen, I can live with leaving the roses there.
Yeah.
My biggest issue is there's grants available, and I've talked to beautification grants. But the whole trouble is, it's not the pots, okay?
Yeah,
That's the cost.
Just watering.
staff.
The only thing with the maintenance is, and it's all right to say you can hire a volunteer to do that, but it's the liability issue. And that's where it gets sticky. If staff would have to do it. It's hard to get someone with liability that'll go in there. A volunteer group doesn't have liability for that. So that, it's not the cost, this is my whole big, like I say, the wild roses can stay there. And if you decide, because that's your job, you guys' job, to plant where it's empty now with roses or whatever, that's fine. But you know, I just feel strongly about this, because this is you know, we spend money on our properties all the time. And you know what? I had a property in my area that I took off of the budget for spraying last week at this time. I was in favor of taking away the district grants, because I know we're trying to get somewhere. But you know, it's all about, and I think this is important. I went without them last year, and if the, you know, I just think it's important for the municipality. And, you know, I want a staff report, if that works, on what you see as well, obviously a cost for a tote, and basically,
Yeah,
I mean, it's like anything, you're doing maintenance on mowing lawns, places, and so I see it as part of,
Yeah, we do have the tote and the
Yeah.
vehicles, of course, but it's the
Yeah.
time to water them twice a day,
Yeah.
and hours, and then the right chemical mixture and that, and then any flowers put out this year would have to have been contracted out last year and started growing, so there's that to look at as well, right?
So we're gonna get a staff report on what this all means.
I think I'm beyond the point of thinking about getting anything this year. I mean, I wasn't, but I guess, you know, this is like the third year in a row. But anyway, I had my say.
Okay, well, staff will bring back some possible recommendations. Okay, moving on. Anything else in this budget? If not, we're on to solid waste.
Yeah, next up, Scott Quinn, Director of Solid Waste Department.
Morning, everybody. So I think it's largely, program-wise, it's fairly largely the same. We're still in the three main ones, so it's basically
burying
we're
waste.
collecting, we continue to collect residual waste. I think this year's mainly focused on continuing to integrate our practices with the new extended producer responsibility system and our obligations under that agreement for that, and also working in the new collection schedule that's just started April 1st. And with that, we're still looking at some of the what impact that may be on our existing waste collection bylaw, which we are hoping to present at upcoming policy and strategy session to discuss some areas that we think may need some council's attention, some direction on, but that'll come in due time as we're getting all that information together, so largely that, and also with that one, the new contract as well sort of kicked in at the same, new collection contract with GE, so that's mainly that on the collection side. Landfill, just mainly continuing on with our ongoing operations. We've had a fair bit of investment, certainly thank council for its support of that. So a lot of this, the operating budget, that just sort of reflects those changes that have come in the last little bit, and we sort of continue on with this year, particularly the continuation of Cell 4B construction, and we're also still exploring some of the opportunities for supporting the EPR system with that, and also just ongoing review of our internal operations and processes to see where, you know, just to have just go back and just see, to verify why we're doing certain things and seeing where we can make improvements. And then on the recycling program, again, largely the same. We're just integrating that into the new EPR process. That one in particular, that's where a lot of that just sort of hits together in terms of the blue bags, ensuring that, particularly the work with our recycling coordinator, Emily Key, is very tied into that, and and also just some of the education and oversight of that processes and that. So you'll see some of that in terms of some of our auditing that we'll sort of do to try to help with some of the transition with some of the new changes with the EPR that's come with the EPR system and that. So, and also the route changes as well. So we know that's certainly has generated a lot of interest. I'll just
Get a little bit.
yeah. So it's certainly appreciate everybody's patience on trying to get. And I know it's been you know, the change schedules as it's been ingrained for quite some time now. As folks have changed, that's going to take a little time, and appreciate their patience on that. So
Tina? Oh, no, Sharon, I guess. Yeah.
Thank you. I've just been a few challenges on that. I mean, I'm hearing from people in my district regarding the pickup, and it wasn't the day, and confusing, and I think the app didn't sync with the calendar, so then that created additional confusion. So hopefully going forward, those things will be corrected.
Yeah, yeah, certainly the app in particular, no, we've been in discussions with Region 6 to get that sorted out, and yeah, we're certainly finding certain quirks that as much as we've tried, we can look at so long, but until it actually starts operating, we may not necessarily catch everything, so there's gonna be a period of adjustment to get
Yeah.
everything running smoothly again, so.
It just doesn't make the community members very happy because they just feel that we should have had it rolled out without any hiccups, that we knew this was coming.
Yeah.
But anyway, we try to do what we can, and I told
Everybody, I
them
know,
that it-
put the effort in to try to make it as smooth as possible. It's, unfortunately, there's a lot of moving parts that
Yeah,
we
I know,
can't
I
always
realize.
compensate for.
Yeah, we were going through two different changes.
Changes,
And
yeah.
so there was the change to the,
Blue
from,
bags and-
from the recycling program to circular materials.
Yeah.
And then there was the change that GE's gave us with not a ton of time
Yeah.
between the notice and when it was implemented, to go to the 4-day work week. And so there's definitely been some hiccups in that process, of managing those two changes.
Yeah.
Gee. Oh my God, I can't believe it.
Della?
Yeah, I didn't know that they went to a 4-day work week. But anyway, why I say that is because my mother-in-law called me and said her garbage wasn't picked up. And I think it was on Friday, and so it must have been, it's not that they didn't pick it up, it just said it wasn't scheduled to be picked up.
Yeah,
But I
so-
didn't know that, that's great. for me to
Yeah, no,
know.
if you recall, we came,
Mm-hmm.
before the waste calendar went out, and we said we had to split the waste
Waste
calendar
calendar,
into
yeah.
two, this year.
Because there was a change.
Because there was a change coming, and so there was, by the time we were ready to put the waste calendar out, we were still on the old 5-day schedule. But midway through our waste calendar, they switched to a 4-day schedule, and so we couldn't put a calendar out that said this is the collection schedule because it changed partway through the year.
Okay, I didn't
And so,
remember
yeah,
that.
so we did come to council and explain that, but it
4-day
may have
work
been a
week,
little,
yeah.
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 Okay.
Okay, other questions?
Thank you.
Andre?
I asked about this last time, about creating a municipal corp. You know, and I think it warrants a broader discussion as well. So, as a municipality, we have a finite number of ways that we can, like, raise money to fund operations here. And the obvious and first place we seem to look is to the taxpayer to contribute through their property taxes. A big chunk of that, as you know, goes to mandatory contributions to the province, and that will continue to be so, and that's based on, I guess, assessment. So they take a percentage of that. We have this asset that is, well, I think there are 6 or 7 municipal landfills, or sorry, not municipal, but landfills in the province. So there's only a few landfills to serve our population of 1 million people or so. And, you know, if we were a private sector entity, we would be looking at that asset and trying to think about how can we take this business, which is what it should be, and maximize the potential of it. And, you know, as a government, we're not very good at that. We don't think about things in those terms. We think about offering services and hoping to maybe break even, but when it doesn't work, then we shrug our shoulders and we again look to the property tax rate to try to fund the discrepancy. But when will we actually take this landfill seriously as a business and actually set it aside and actually do some business development? I'm not talking about this dream of a park. I'm talking about actually as a landfill, if we want to make it a competitive landfill. Green for Life have their own landfill. They're a private sector company, and I have every confidence that they sit in a boardroom somewhere and think about how they can take more market share. How can they increase the profit to their shareholders? That's what they're doing. That's why they bought it. We don't have those discussions here. We have a discussion once a year where we try to figure out how to keep the wheels on it. And that's what we do. This whole topic of the landfill should be removed from our budget, and we should be having a separate budget discussion about how they'll operate this landfill and how to turn it into a fighting machine that can take market share. I'm in private enterprise, you know, I have a few businesses, and on each one of those, we sit down and systematically come up with a strategy that we try to implement to try to take market share from our competitors, increase our revenue and our profits, and we do this on every single one of them to try to grow and try to maximize the potential of what we're doing. And it's a discussion we don't have here. We talk about debentures, we talk about equipment we have to buy. What we don't talk about is how we maximize the profit from this landfill, because every dollar in profit that we make from this landfill is $1 less that we don't have to ask for from the taxpayer. And that's the purpose of having this thing. And I don't think we spend enough time talking about it. It's a serious enterprise. It has many millions of dollars that go through it, you know, and the amount of ROI that we have for the amount of investment that we have is very, very small, and we should be looking to maximize that. And I want this council, I hope that this council will soon direct staff to actually split this off and have real discussions about how we can actually turn this into a real revenue generator that will help to keep our tax rate down. And until we take it seriously as a business, it won't. There's just absolutely no way that Green for Life would be happy with the little bit of revenue that their profit that they're getting from this enterprise if they owned it, or any other private sector company. And I think we need to talk about business development out there. I'm not talking about that park. I'm talking about the landfill, the money makers. Like, when are we going to talk about making money out there?
Yeah, you're next, I guess.
I appreciate your comments, Deputy Vino, but I also feel that is in the municipality, it's municipal property. I have respect for the land and would be very concerned about the scale of operation and the total effects. And I think that we do make profit at the landfill, and I know what you're thinking. Have a separate corporation, make lots of money, this is great revenue generator for the municipality, but then we miss a few things along the way. And, you know, I have great respect for the land to keep it clean, and I just would be very concerned with the potential capacity of that landfill, and how I know that we do everything to keep things top notch, but the scale really actually scares me. So I think it's a good discussion coming forth.
Okay, Abdallah.
Yeah, I guess, if I'm following you, Andre, is that, so I have no idea how the landfill can make more money. Like, that's not my
Take
business.
more customers.
Like, do you talk about actively going out and getting more customers? So what, is that what you're looking at, or is trying to get more customers? I mean, I don't know, I don't know.
You're on, Andre.
Well, the entire business model around the landfill is built around getting more customers. We generate what, 4.5 tons annually, I think, of land, something like that? No, sorry, no,
Yeah.
no, we landfill, how much do we landfill from Chester? From Chester, not our,
No, sorry, I'm trying to think exactly, but as a percentage, we're not.
it's tiny.
Yeah.
The landfill is set up for others. It's always been set up for others. It's not for us.
Well, that's how we make money.
But then we don't want to be honest about it and call it what it is. So we want to take some wasting, but not too much waste. And we don't even want to actually have a discussion, because we're too afraid to have a discussion about what it would mean. Well, I mean, I'm willing to have that discussion, frankly. Why wouldn't we? Why wouldn't we want to discuss, like, okay, well, you know, maybe we could go out and find this much more business for it, but this is what it would mean.
Well,
And
I don't mind having that discussion,
Well-
if somebody can suggest to me how we could get more people to send their waste there.
there's a finite amount of waste in the province, just like everything. And the way you get more waste is by eroding the market share of others.
Yes.
That's how winning is done. If you want to be a winner, then you got to take it from others.
I want the landfill to make money.
That's how business is
part of why
done.
we run it.
If you start out an enterprise and you're painting houses and you want to paint lots of houses, well, there's somebody else painting houses out there, and when you start painting lots of houses, somebody else is painting less. That's how it's done.
I have no issues whatsoever
Well, it'd be nice if we
with
were
having a
winners.
discussion
I
about
like
how we
being
can
a
make
winner.
more money.
So when are we gonna treat this like a real business and actually go out there and, because if we double the profit from this landfill, that's less tax burden. That's less of these hard discussions that we have to have, like we're gonna have today and for the next few weeks.
Okay, Tom,
Thank you, Warden Weber. It's a very interesting topic. As a bit of experience working many years in the recycling business for our local employer, there is money in what we're talking about. And there is a concept to do it better. Municipalities are crying where they can put things and what they can do that don't have these facilities. We advertise this as, it's been advertised as a world-class site. I agree with the environmental concerns, but we do, I feel, do a very good job at trying to manage that. We're monitored all the time. We just don't have freelancing ability to do what we want to do without being safe and responsible. The other thing I hear about is don't raise taxes. Well, when we look at what we did for the last 4 years, most municipalities don't say they've dropped it or maintained it the same. In fact, many are struggling to hold it now or raise it a lot, one of the two. I think we have to look at this as an option. We put it there for a reason. We put it there. We must know that recycling and landfill is a very profitable business if run well and done with lots of input of what's going around and happening around us. So I think we have to look at this as a potential.
I think it's a great policy and strategy discussion is how can we generate more profit? I don't have any issues whatsoever with that.
That's where our experts, our staff, and the people that will be interested in becoming into our site or partnering or whatever we deal with. But I think we have to look at that. It makes revenue, it can make more.
Yeah.
We want to fund new ideas. I think as stewards and concerned people, we have to explore it and give the new people that are going to come to our municipality the opportunity to have services and modern items in place. And I think that's a location and a business that can do that. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll take a look at that.
It's been on our mind for a little bit. It's just trying to.
There's no reason not to.
No.
Yeah. Okay, so any other questions on this piece? Okay, we're moving on to financial and information services.
What do you mean we're gonna look at it? Exactly what does that mean?
Well, we're going to have a discussion at
We're gonna
the,
put it on policy and strategy.
I mean, finding more customers is it.
You want sales of the store? You want a sales team?
Okay, we're on the
All right.
financial.
Okay, council, now we're back to my department. So, Financial and Information Services, it's comprised of 4 operating programs. The first one, property taxes and grants in lieu. This is simply what it says. It's property taxes and grants that we receive in lieu of taxes. Primarily, we've gone through in detail some of the details that go into these numbers and what has changed year over year and who pays it and all that stuff earlier in the presentation. So of course, the vast majority of that revenue is from residential taxes with other taxes and grants in lieu. The net reserve contribution's gone up this year that's the allocation of deed transfer tax to reserves. It's also the wind farm developers tax that we receive that goes into that wind energy distribution into reserves. Federal and provincial grants. This program is primarily the Canada Community Building Fund, or money received and then contributed to reserves, which we use for capital expenditures. And the 2 actual operating programs that have things going on and aren't just financial. The first one is finance. So You know, obviously, this is the one that covers the duties of myself as the treasurer, providing advice to council, financial services to all the departments, budgeting, reporting, development and monitoring of annual budgets, tax administration, all the stuff that goes into the financial management of the organization. Not a lot of change there this year. We're still continuing with, we're getting very close to having that budget software implemented. So once this is passed, we're going to be loading that all in there and we'll be into the new world there. And some updates to the financial reserves are ongoing as we've had a number of discussions around that. That'll be coming back. The next one, information services, obviously IT services. They provide our network infrastructure, our endpoint user devices, laptops, phones, support. Not a whole lot of change there, ongoing work of all the different things that they do. IT security is always a hot topic, especially with the rapidity that market moves on the bad side. There's always innovation and people trying to access our information inappropriately, and so it's important that we continue to work towards keeping this municipality's information and data safe.
I get an enormous amount of quarantine messages, I know that.
Yeah, we've done a lot to maintain that, and we continue to do. Yeah. So that's where the operating budget is at for right now. We've just gone through that all by department and program. The next section is a slightly more robust document, the capital investment plan for the next 5 years.
Yeah, well.
So I'll go through the summary. So there's a slide in the presentation that kind of summarizes this, but then we'll get into the details of the projects as well. So the capital investment plan for the next 5 years includes 68 different capital budget programs to be funded from 24 different funding sources. The total budget for 5 years is set right now at $218.6 million. As is common, it's a significant increase from previous year. We've been ramping that up over the years that I've been here at least. With $65.8 million of that is to be budgeted to be spent in the first year. I will say the vast majority of that 65.8 is ongoing projects, things that were already started and are carrying forward. A lot of wastewater, the Gold River Bridge are some of the big stuff, as Scott was talking about, the cell construction work, that kind of thing. 56.3 million of that spending over 5 years is for wastewater program, so infrastructure, equipment, et cetera. 104.4 million is budgeted for municipal properties, which of course the vast majority of that is 100.2 million, which is just a very early preliminary estimate for the potential costs of a new admin and rec facility. As we've discussed earlier in this meeting, that obviously there's no decisions that have been made as to what that even going to look like, but we wanted to have some money in there to make sure that we weren't over allocating different funding sources for other projects. The exact details of what that'll look like and the timing of it will depend on the ongoing consultation with the community and of course much more discussion with council. 16.7 million of the 5-year budget is included for recreation and active transportation infrastructure. 39.4 million is for landfill equipment and infrastructure, and the remaining 1.8 is for various roads projects and IT infrastructure projects over the next 5 years. Now, of course, the detailed information for each of those is included in the capital investment plan, which is attached to the agenda. I think this is a part where it might make sense to also have the department heads come back and speak to each of their areas. There's a little bit of interplay between departments. So, for example, a lot of recreation infrastructure project, the construction is managed through the Public Works Department. So there's not exactly a one-to-one department to budget, but so before we get into going through by detail, I'd like to talk just a little bit about the format of the budget presentation. So the first few pages are basically the table of contents and the summary for the 5-year and total budget, broken down by program, broken down by department and then by individual capital program with the amounts included there. And then you get into, there's a one-pager for each of these programs, which includes information on the department, which division, a description of that program, some tie-in to the strategic priorities of council, as well as detailed funding information on timing and funding source for each of those. So for anybody following along here or at home, if they're looking for details of any capital project, I would point them towards this document. There is a lot of information in there, specifically timing, funding, descriptions.
Abdallah, you have a question?
I would be remiss not to, when I'm looking at this list, and I'm like a dog with a bone, as you all know. I see there's 100,000 for the Hahn property shelter, which is municipal property. There's 35,000 for Lordley Park upgrades, that's a municipal property. Croft Road Park upgrade, 35,000. So my minuscule ask, anyway, that's all I'm gonna say. I'll leave it there. Continue, Tim, thank you, sorry. Not meant to you, honestly.
Okay,
All right, so I'm gonna go through each of the capital programs that are listed in the budget as it's presented. We'll give a little bit of a description. If there are any other questions, we'll probably call upon the detailed experts to come up and answer those questions if I'm not able to, but let's get through it. The first one on the item is the continuation of the sidewalks, so that's phase 2 of the ICIP project. This is a straight carry forward of the remaining sidewalks from that ICIP funded work. So there's some work in Hubbard's and some work in New Ross, and then also I believe there's also a Western Shore in that one, is that right? The 700,000? Yeah, for the Western Shore piece that was added back by decision of council at a point last year.
what page am I on
There's no change to that, it is just an expected carry forward of the spending that was budgeted in the previous year. Similarly, the next two are for additional sidewalk work. The first one in the Chester Commons sidewalk from Highway 3 to the Commons Road. And the next one for the New Ross sidewalk from the fire hall to the fairgrounds. Again, these are simple carry forwards. There's no change to these budgets or plans from what was approved in last year's budget. They're still there with the same funding sources and timing expectations.
there? Oh, Tina, sorry.
No, that's okay. So just a question around one of those two sidewalks carrying forward. That's the highway stretch from Highway 3 to Commons Road, that area. So we're still waiting for final decision on that in terms of where we are with working with the province and
Correct.
landowners
Yeah,
and all of that.
that's where we
Okay,
are.
yeah.
So we've got it in the budget,
Yep,
and
100%.
before we
Yeah,
proceed, we'll be coming back to council with
Oh,
the,
no, it's
a
good.
plan.
It's a placeholder. We've got it in the budget. No, very important. Thank you.
Yep.
After the sidewalk work, the trail bridge repairs, this is sort of an ongoing budget item, it's been there for years. Again, this is just a straight carry forward of the budget that was approved in the previous year, less the spending that,
Already taken place.
sorry, I want to clarify that the carry forward for this budget as it's presented included actual spending up to, I think it was March 10th when I ran the most recent report. We will, as usual, once the year end is closed out, we'll come back with an update to just true up those carry forwards. In the past, we've made estimates as to spending to the year end and found that overly complicated things. And so in this case, I've just taken actual spending booked to each of these as at the date that I ran the report to prepare this. And so the carry forward adjustment that will likely come to you in September will simply be a reduction of certain budgets to recognize that we spent more than what was reflected here. And that's true across all projects that are carried forward. Trail bridge repairs, yep, it's $360,000 carried forward to finish that work that was budgeted. No change to scope or budget on that one. Similarly, the Gold River Bridge project on page 10, that is carry forward of the remaining amounts on that project. So again, no change to scope or expected budget in this document. Open Spaces implementation is another one that's being carried forward, so there's a remaining just over $75,000. That's the plan for open spaces for Castle Rock Trails, Hahn Natural Area, Gold River Trails, Mullen Point. Yeah, and that's the completion of the work that was identified in that area.
Yeah.
The next one is the accessible outhouses, which was part of the open spaces plan as well. This one is a carry forward of budget, but with revised estimates, it's expected to probably cost an additional $10,000 over what was originally planned, and so that's been included as a 26-27 increment to the budget there.
Tina?
Thank you. So just on that, in terms of the accessible outhouses, can I get an idea of 27, 28, 28, 29, 29, 30? Because I know we've got more that we should be looking at in terms of the entirety of the municipality, because that was in discussion. Again, I'd have to go back a number of years for that, but in my opinion, it was never over or done, because we've got much of the municipality not covered in those, but except for those particular areas. So just give me an idea of the next, 1 year, 2, 3, 4 years.
I'd ask Chad to
Yeah.
come join for this one. I know this one, what's in the budget now covers the Beach Hill Road, Han Estate Natural Area, and the trail parking at East River.
Yeah, so I think when we discussed this, so your question is a good one, Tina. So that we had talked about doing an initial 3,
Yes.
see how they work out, try them out, and
Take it from there.
and then go from there. And so we did have several other locations identified, and there have been kind of changes over time in that list. And so at one point in time, we had kind of married that up with the list of all of our porta potty locations, and some of those made sense for us to build more permanent outhouse structures, and others not so much. So so I think it's a good point that we will I think go back and revisit and get that old list out and make sure that they get added onto the future years, because that is missing from that list.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay. Continue on. Oh, sorry, Abdallah.
Yeah, I know Fred is here. I know last year, we were late getting the porta potty at Together We Can Park. If maybe you don't recall, but it was just missed on the list, and we managed to get it there, and they put it on the.
Yeah, we added that.
So was there an accessible one there, if you remember? I think it was,
I
actually.
believe there was one there, but we put a regular one in this year because Wild Rose is very close to that.
Yeah, no, that's fine, I just didn't know if there was, I guess why I was asking, because I didn't know, I didn't want to run into the same problem that it wouldn't be
Yeah.
on this year. So there is one there,
Yeah,
gonna be,
this one coming back this year. It's
right
pretty
on,
fun.
okay, thank you, thank you.
Tina?
Thank you. Sorry, just to add on to that, still porta potties. And I was just about ready to send a note off to Jill in the office. So is it still the idea that we get those out, again, bearing any complications, I guess, but we get those out the week leading into Victoria Day weekend?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, same
Okay.
with Wild Rose, we're trying to look at getting it prepared and getting the pump going again,
Sure,
all that
yeah.
good stuff.
Great, so that's off my to-do list, so now I can just send my note to my New Ross Trails group to say yes. Again, barring any
What's our hope for today?
complications,
Exactly.
they're coming out that week. Thank you.
Okay. Next item in the list is the carry forward of the open spaces work for the extension of the trail at the Han Natural Area. So that's the continuation of work. I don't think there's been any change to the scope or the expected cost of this from last year's budget. Carried forward the 90,000 for that. The next one is the Han Property Shelter. This one was included and approved last year by motion of council. It wasn't initially in the budget document, but was then later subsequently approved by council to add. We've got a budget of 100,000 in there to come from the Parkland Reserve. However, I believe there's still ongoing conversations about potentially obtaining some other funding for that. We just weren't certain about the amount of that yet, so we didn't include it. However, that might come down. Continuing on within community development stuff, there's a budget for replacement of the existing SUVs. So those are those blue Ford Escapes that you've seen around for the last bunch of years. One of them is already at the end of its useful life and needs to be replaced this year. The other one we expect to be at the end of its useful life next year, so we've budgeted for 60,000 in each of 26, 27, and 27, 28 for replacing those two existing vehicles. Some upgrades to Lordley Park. I believe this one is more around safety. It's not a significant overhaul to anything that's there. It's just about increasing the safety of an aging asset to make sure that it's still usable and suitable for the people who use it. Similarly with Croft Road Park, the exact same idea, making sure that it's suitable, usable, safe to use. Each of those has a budget of $35,000 for the current year.
Councillor Connors?
Thank you again. So going back to Lordley Park upgrades, and safety is of top importance, absolutely. So I'm glad to hear this in both of those park areas. But remind me, in terms of Lordley Park, I know that when we had the discussions a couple of years ago, when that property was coming over to the municipality from the Heritage Society and so on, there was discussion around the state of the playground. Does this relate to that?
Yeah, I would say partially. So as a municipality, we have staff that have playground and or playground inspectors. And so when we go out and we do our official inspection, we identify issues that need to be addressed, and those are primarily safety issues. So an easy one that everyone can probably understand is the pea gravel, for example. And so the pea gravel, you install it, and the pea gravel is great. It has to be a certain depth, and over time, that pea gravel slowly compacts, and it doesn't work as effectively as it did initially. And so I know that's one of the items that's in there, is we have to identify how do you fix that. So that could be as simple as going in and kind of tilling up the gravel and loosen it up, and so making sure that it works as it normally does. Sometimes the border that holds in that pea gravel, when it was initially installed, it was made of wood, and wood deteriorates, and so you have to look at all those things. And so those are the types of things that we'll be looking as part of that budget to go in and to make those improvements. And so that is all related to, when we took over the playground, it was,
Sure.
At a certain level, and so we have to.
Tara wants to
make
jump in and
sure
say
that-
something.
Just when you're done.
Oh.
Yep, no, that's about it.
Yeah, just for council, so as we go through the budget discussions at the staff level, we have discussions around what projects to put forward in capital budget, new projects, all of that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So there was some extensive discussion around the playground equipment at Lordley Park in particular, because we know that it's probably, there is a need to replace that. But where we landed on this was the immediate safety concerns. And so this is not the full replacement of that equipment at all.
No, it's not.
It is really dealing with things like the immediate things and some minor upgrades to that, but it's not replacement. But we do know that that's something that we're gonna have to look at eventually. And then we had the accessibility discussion and like looking at when we do those audits for replacement. So as we do that and we put that on our work plan to sort of, okay, now we need to look at actually replacing that equipment, we're kind of end of life, or there's safety concerns when they actually arise, then we'll do those accessibility audit pieces as well, so I just want to.
And we do regular inspections of the playground, so if something happens, like on the swings, if a seat is cracked, we will replace it, and that's part of our regular maintenance budget. These would be larger items and therefore show up in the capital budget.
Yeah.
Tina, continue.
Thank you, yeah, so all great information. Thank you for being very specific, and then Tara for reminding us, how we did have that discussion when we took on the property and the state of it and so on. And knowing, certainly that it's well used, but how hardy of an investment might this be in terms of complete replacement or complete overhaul or whatever, however we want to term it. And since then, of course, we've proudly passed a motion just last week after receiving a wonderful presentation from, I'm going to say CDS and CAMS, but I might have it wrong. It might have just been CAMS. For the
CDS.
CDS?
CDS.
CDS, I'm sorry. For the, 300,000 plus playground and community facility enhancement there for the student population, but as well as residents and visitors in the village. And I know that when Lordley Park discussion came to the table, I started thinking about the municipal tax dollars in playgrounds, and I haven't really drilled down on that, but maybe I will before that we discuss it, I guess, next. But just where we do have our tax dollars, municipal tax dollars invested in community playgrounds. And just gonna throw this out there, I don't know Hubbard's, is there one in Hubbard's? Where we sponsor and have invested in community playgrounds, I don't think.
Not that I'm aware of.
No.
Not yet, not yet.
Oh, other than through the years daycare, we have
Oh, yeah, we
contributed a
did
little
do
bit to
some
some
work
of their
there.
play
Thank you.
equipment that is open to the public.
Very important, very important. And yeah, so just again, a lot to talk about when we come back here as a municipal unit, and I'll use Councilor Bremner's terms, the municipal lens. I love that. I need to start doing that more. So yeah, so Yeah, I know that when we took that on, it wasn't a given, that, that equipment is in the state that it's in, and now we just recently put monies into, right here on the property of CDS, and I will say CAMS, because I see it as one campus, one school campus. Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, at some point, we have to take a look at how many do we have and where are they, and,
Where are they?
yeah.
Yes.
Okay, continue on.
All right, the next item on the capital budget plan is some repairs at the skate park in Chester. This is primarily for the artificial turf section in the center there that has, not required a whole lot of maintenance over the 17 years that it's existed. However, due to ongoing damage that has built up over time, it now requires to be replaced, so we're putting a budgeted item in here to replace that turf this year. The next one is some outside court upgrades for the New Ross School. This is expected to cost $65,000 to come out of general capital reserve. So they're basketball courts, tennis courts, pickleball, I believe is what they do there. Then we get into the sewers department, so.
Little bigger projects.
Slightly larger, yeah. Well, some of them, I mean, Gold River Bridge, pretty big.
Oh, yeah.
General lift station upgrades. So just recently, council approved the changed budget to the lift station work that's required for the current year out in, I believe it's Western Shore for this year.
Right.
There's also some expected spending in years 3 and 4 of this 5-year plan. I think, yeah, there was a lot of detail provided at the, what was that, the April 2nd meeting? Village of Chester wastewater upgrades and expansion. This is a continuation of an ongoing project that is underway already with a significant number of funding sources and a significant expansion of the sewer services provided in and around the village.
Yeah.
Otter Point wastewater treatment plant upgrade. This is another ongoing carried forward amount that is expected to complete this year with just over $1 million of carried forward budget. No change to scope or cost estimates in this one either. Chester Basin wastewater upgrades and expansion, another significant expansion to our wastewater services in the Chester Basin area this time. Again, this is another one where just within the last month or so, I believe council had a much more detailed report on the changes here. Again, numerous funding sources and significant expansion to service in that area. Some less significant stuff, but still important. The 1-ton truck with crane, this is one that's been carried forward a few years as we've gone through some revised estimates. This one, I believe we've already actually issued the award for that. It's just a matter of it being delivered. It will be within budget. It is almost completed, but we need to reflect that in this year's budget since it's happening this year. The next one is actually an addition to our fleet. This is not a replacement of life cycling of equipment. This is a new 3/4-ton truck in the budget to be purchased this year. This is a requirement to, provide transportation for the growth in service for public works over the last year. There was an increase in personnel for that area, and with additional personnel, there's additional equipment requirements.
Yeah.
The next two are these items that are related to, I think, agreements with potential developers in the Mill Cove area. So that's the Mill Cove collection extension and the Mill Cove addition of a biofilter unit. These are both continuing to be left in year 2 of the budget plan to reflect that we have committed to doing that if and when certain criteria are met and those developments proceed. However, there's no, as far as we're aware, there's no imminent spending in those areas. So we're leaving them in, but they're not in the current year. Western Shore wastewater upgrade. This is one that's been in the capital plan since last year. It's currently sitting in year 3 of the plan, so it's not an imminent bit of work, but it's something that we intend to do within the coming 5-year period. Similarly, the next one is the Hubbard's future wastewater system. So there's, this one is again a very high-level rough estimate of what it may cost to develop a brand new wastewater system, because there does not currently exist one in that area. And this is included in years primarily 4 and 5 of the 5-year plan.
Yeah.
Similarly, we have New Ross wastewater upgrade and expansion, continuing to be included in the 5-year plan. This one has some money is set aside in years 2 and 3 of the 5-year plan, but nothing in the current year just yet. And then there's a Mill Cove wastewater system expansion study. This is for year 3 in the capital plan, expecting $50,000 to do a study for, to better plan for the potential growth in that area and ensure that we can prepare options for what may be needed for an appropriate size and scope of a wastewater treatment program in that area. Here's a newer one, the Commons Road Collection Extension. This is budgeted $255,000 in year 1 of the capital investment plan for the completion of design and construction of a wastewater main extension to service properties on the Chester Commons Road. And that's it for the sewers. Fred, you're free. For now, anyway. Next, we get into the landfill stuff. So the leachate treatment plant upgrades, this has been an ongoing process. We're very close to being done with that one for now. However, this is a carry forward of remaining unspent budget from the prior year to upgrade the operating efficiency and the need for expanded ability to deal with the leachate that comes out of the landfill cell. Another carry forward item is the $90,000 for a gantry crane to put in the maintenance shed there to assist with the maintenance of the equipment. Another carry forward item is the $40,000 to replace the existing side-by-side that is out there at the landfill used by staff to get around the space. Another carry forward of the remainder of the construction for cell 4B, which is ongoing. Another one where the scope and the budget are consistent. It's just a carry forward of previous budget. That work is expected to be done this year.
September, yeah.
September, yeah, which is great. The next item is another carry forward. This is the replacement of the SUV that's used for community outreach and also staff use. I believe this is another one where we're already pretty much done. It might have been delivered or will be delivered very, very soon.
Yeah.
We just need the budget to reflect that happens after March 31st, so it needs to be in the current year's budget. We've included $75,000 for year 1 of the plan to do a vertical expansion study. This is to have some engineering support to come in and do a study of
How high can we go?
and getting basically increasing the total capacity of our landfill to increase the value of the landfill in use, right? The more we can fit into the space that we have, the more value there is in that space and the less it'll cost us to, provide the space to take that landfill's materials. We have $50,000 in the budget this year for a generator for the maintenance shed to install a new backup generator to ensure that if there's an extended power outage, that they're still able to complete their work out there.
Yeah.
$200,000 is in the current year budget for road improvements out at Kaiser Meadow facility. So there's a number of sections that are requiring regular maintenance, and for this year we're looking at upgrades to those, or maintenance, I guess, not really upgrades, but repair and
Get a few
maintenance.
heavy trucks out that way.
Restore, spring is always a tough time to keep the road up, so.
Yeah, and we see a lot of truck traffic on that, mostly dirt roads, so obviously it wears. So there's $260,000 in the budget for this year to renovate and expand the scale house facility at the landfill. So there's a number of upgrades or changes that are required there.
It's tight for space, and it hasn't been touched since it was originally built, and it's showing its wear.
It's been there a while.
Yeah.
Now, on to page 42 of the capital budget document. Landfill gas management system. So this is almost $3 million over the next 3 years. It's only $50,000 in the first year. This is essentially based on some requirements that have been put on us, regulatory.
Yeah, these are new federal regulations that have come in, so they say thou shall do something.
And while we talked about the finishing of construction on cell 4B, we're already planning for construction and design of cell 5. That's not until year 4 of the 5-year plan, with some design work in year 3. This is a long enough way out that we still have some, you know, as we look at changes to volumes that we bring in, if we get approval to vertical expansion.
Things can
We
change.
have to get out in front instead of
Oh,
necessarily just being a chase to get the cell design and risk running it, running short. So just trying to be a little more proactive in getting the cell on time delivered.
Yeah, it does seem likely that we'll be able to push this out, but we wanted to make sure it was in there with like a worst-case kind of scenario. And of course, this is we've been constructing half cells the last few times around.
This won't be full.
Not a cost-effective way to expand, I don't think, and so we're looking at going back to constructing a full cell at a time, which is why you might see a significant price difference between this one and the previous stuff that we've done. Yeah. The next one is, it's an update to the capital fleet for the landfill. This one is to add 2 more side-by-sides, but in replacement for one of the 3/4 ton trucks. So instead of having a 3/4 ton truck for staff to move around, it's been identified as more useful and better cost effectiveness if we had 2 of these littler side-by-sides that are, you know, more maneuverable and cheaper to operate and maintain and purchase. So it is technically.
Councillor Coolin?
So we're buying one this year, obviously, the 3-seater side-by-side, with the intent in next year to purchase 2, but one is to replace an existing
So
vehicle.
sorry, there are actually 3 that
in
are
total.
budgeted to be purchased in this year. One of them is a replacement for an existing one.
Which we talked about earlier.
Right, it's reached the end of its
Yep,
useful
yeah.
life and we're replacing that one. This is a proposal to replace one of the aging 3/4 ton trucks, and instead of buying another truck, buying 2 of these side-by-sides. So there will be 3 side-by-sides for use around the facility by staff.
By getting rid of one truck.
But reduce, so we're increasing the fleet there by 1, but reducing it by a truck and adding 2 side-by-sides.
Thank you. Thank you.
The next one is $230,000 in the current year for groundwater monitoring, well renewal. So again, this is more regulatory compliance work.
No choice.
And we're starting to look at final cover on the landfill cell. So this isn't, so we have some study costs in year 2 of the 5-year plan, and then some construction costs in year 5. And this would be for doing the final cover activity over a portion of the existing cell. This is stuff that, you know, we have that asset retirement obligation that we accrue every year. And so that would be reducing that obligation, and the funds from that reserve would go towards this. And it would reduce, you know, future cost for remediation, as well as reduce the amount of leachate produced by the cell as we cover it over and we're not taking rain on everywhere. But that's a few years out. We're already budgeting for a replacement of the compactor that came in a couple years ago. This is something that needs to be replaced every so often, and so it's not in the current year. It's currently in year 2, and of course every year we'll do a more proper assessment of each piece of equipment as to when the
You're
update.
smashing up waste, they're gonna break and wear out at some point.
It's also to flag that, you know, what a 5-year plan looks like, because I know we've been shy of that the last little while, so this is hopefully inform some of the planning as part of the broader discussion, as sort of touched on a little bit earlier, so.
Yeah, a little more intentional replacement plan than what happened with the last compactor.
And in our discussions, as we develop this budget, I think you kind of alluded to this, well, didn't allude to it, you actually said this last week, we've been aggressive with the timelines so that we're conservative in the budgeting, so that we're not in year 3 and having to do something that we budgeted for in year 4 or 5, or, so we've tried to be as aggressive with the timelines as possible. Now once you get to years 2, 3, 4, 5.
Things may change.
Things may change, yeah.
Yeah, I would rather err on the side of, oh, look, we can delay that another year, than to say, oh, no, we need to pull it up a couple years, because it's a lot easier to
Oh, yeah,
manage.
it's a lot simpler. At least you got it in the budget.
Similar life cycle replacement of existing equipment, so the loader we have currently budgeted in year 2 to replace the loader. We have in year 4, we've budgeted $500,000 for replacing the skid steer. These are replacement of existing assets with expected life cycling. Similarly, oh no, this one's a little bit different. In year 3, we have $1 million budgeted for a wheeled excavator. Now, this one is a little bit more complicated, I guess, than just a straight replacement, because we had two excavators, a small one and a big one. We replaced, maybe I'll let Scott tell this.
Yeah, I
We
think
replaced the little one, I think,
The
this year.
proposed was replace one of the smaller ones, and then I think what we've been finding is that there's sort of two tracks where this unit could, what we're proposing is that with the shredder, we're finding having one of the excavators to help with loading and that, and loading the waste into the shredder and that, but we don't need as heavy duty as what we've got out there now, so switch to a wheeled one to help with that processing, but it's also helps with some of the screening up front because we can separate out more, so we avoid some of the battery fires that we've had some near misses on lately. And that, it's also that if it's a wheeled unit, it can be used by Public Works to say
other
trail
purposes,
and other maintenance, light maintenance work, and same thing around with us for the site as well. Wouldn't necessarily have to be always up on the landfill, so that's why we're trying to go with a little bit of flexibility in this particular one. And this unit would have a high extended cab that it can actually see up and over into the shredder drum directly, as opposed to now they can manage, but it's a little blind, so.
And so where we replaced one of the excavators last year, right now we have a surplus piece of equipment that is not, it's still there, but it's not part of our asset plan. This is kind of the proposal to add that extra piece of equipment. So I think with the budget being in year 3, the intent there would be to, rather than disposing of that surplus equipment now, we would maintain that equipment to be used for this purpose until the year 3 of the plan to replace it, which would be so we're really not asking for approval of spending in the current year, but it is sort of a request to increase the heavy equipment fleet in the current year, but not to replace it until 3.
So replacing it by keeping a surplus that we,
Right.
so if we took this out, then the surplus item would be sold.
Yeah, we would proceed with how it was
We'd proceed
originally
with the
proposed.
sale unless council gave us direction to keep that surplus, and then you'd still be looking at replacement.
One way
So
or the
this
other.
would replace a piece of equipment that we currently have that's been deemed surplus. We would keep that surplus equipment until we replaced it with this
Right,
piece.
so basically by including this in the capital plan, it would infer that we are approving the growth of the fleet and turning that surplus equipment into an active piece of equipment, kind of bringing it back from surplus into active use. So there's a little bit more at play in this one. The next one is a straight replacement of the existing dozer that we have. That's year 5 is the current expectation for that replacement. Again, year 5, we're budgeting to replace the industrial shredder, which is still our new toy that is serving us well out there. A new toy.
Well,
We're hoping that will last a little bit longer, but we did want to flag that
Oh,
considerably on the number of hours we're expecting to rack up on it. It's like,
yep.
Additionally, in year 2, budgeting $200,000 to replace the 1-ton truck. That's just a continuation of the fleet management, replacing at the end of their life cycle. The current truck's 2018, but we think it'll still be good until next year. Next one is the replacement of the duty truck, which is currently 2020 F-250 with budgeted replacement in year 3, so 28-29. The next one is a net new increase, so it's a budget in the current year of $50,000 to purchase a road grader attachment to the skid steer. I think this will allow for some additional maintenance to be done in-house rather than having to outsource it.
yeah, or we're trying to use the loader to repair potholes right now, which is not necessarily the most efficient use of that. So this unit can attach onto the skid steer, and we can do some of the minor maintenance. It's not to say if there's major work that'll still have to go out, but this will allow us to keep up on some of the more minor road grading.
Okay,
In year 2, we're planning to replace the weigh scale at the scale house. That's expected to cost about $750,000 and occur in year 2, so that's next year.
yeah,
And that's the end of the landfill stuff.
that's quite a bit of it.
Yeah.
I think just for the scales, like that cost, also we're anticipating having to rent a portable one while during the installation, so we have continuation of service, because
Yeah, yeah.
obviously we can't be without a scale.
Now you gotta do, yeah. No choices. Okay.
Thanks, Scott. All right.
Community wells, I guess we're on to. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Sharon.
And we talk about the end of useful life for vehicles, just remind me what that is. Is it a 10-year period or?
So different types of vehicles have different expected lives based on years and or kilometers. So
And
we use
usage.
that, and usage, of course, right?
Okay.
So some heavy equipment, it's by hours of running,
I
some
need
it's
a
by,
break.
like trucks, it might be by mileage. We have an overall estimate for each type of vehicle. However, there's also regular assessments that get done. So if we say we're gonna replace a pickup truck, I forget whether it's every 5 or 7 years on average, but then every year we look at the trucks that we have and go, oh, that one actually is being used, or it's wearing
Okay.
quicker, so we need to bring it up, or that one's actually not being used as much as we thought, so we can push it out, or it's, so there's kind of an estimated overall, but then there's assessments done every year on each vehicle as to whether that still fits for that particular vehicle.
Thank you.
So now back into public works, municipal properties. The first one is community wells. I think there's obviously lots of discussion going on
Yeah,
around
we've had a
community
few
wells.
talks about that.
The budget reflected here is to reflect up-to-date estimates as to what it might cost for all the current potential sites. No,
Well,
I think
this
there's more than just the
includes
3.
The 3 we're developing, and I'm waiting to hear back from 4 others that I have estimates on before on it.
So this includes estimates for all of those.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's the road we told you to get down.
Another one that's been sitting on the budget over years and still needs further discussion is the Mill Cove Fire Protection System decommissioning work.
Yeah.
Maybe, I don't know. There will certainly be more information on that coming
Yeah.
back to council for more discussion. Right now, the budget there is just a straight carry forward of the unspent amount. Next, we have a continuation of the investigation for potential potable water sources. This is again just a carry forward of previous year's budget. In last year's capital budget, we had $150,000 in each of years 1 and 2. We didn't spend the full amounts from year 1, so we're carrying the remaining spend for the year 1, and then with the 150 from year 2, so this is again, no real change to scope or cost. We've included a page here for central water development. However, that is such an unknown at this point without knowing a potential source or service area. There is no
Hard to
estimated
put a
cost
price on it.
included.
Report to follow.
Yeah, I'm a little more comfortable not, like with some of the other projects where we don't know what exactly it's gonna look like, I've included numbers here. With water services, the decision was made to leave that out, partially because water service would be a utility, which would likely be self-funded through users and other outside sources. So it wouldn't have as much of an impact on everything else, the way that some of these other ones do. Speaking of which, the new administration building and rec facility with those,
Yeah.
where we did include some high numbers, intentionally high numbers, and intentionally aggressive timelines for that conservative principle, where we would rather be wrong in a way that saves us money or keeps our money in our bank longer than we would definitely prefer not to be wrong in the other direction, because that makes it a lot more challenging. This will be decided based on all that extensive engagement and feedback and discussion that is still to come, or ongoing in some cases already. There's
Oh,
one.
Councillor Brebner.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Warden Weber. Through you, Tim. I just want to reiterate, this is a vision. This is something we're working on to get input from the communities and the municipality. These funds have not been spent. We are building a communications process to let people say their interests or non-interests, and we want to hear from them. The excuse is we're not communicating with people. I know there's hundreds of stakeholders being invited. I know the opportunities that are coming up. Please follow our websites, follow my Facebook page as a counselor, because this information is out there. Anyone that says they didn't know, they haven't contacted anyone or asked anyone, and this is huge in the budget.
Oh, yeah.
This is huge in our budget. We've been told, and we know this for a fact, our facilities are old. Our facilities were donated. we need to change. We have a growth strategy plan that talks about developing responsibly and for modern times. Yes, we need affordable housing, a wonderful word if it actually was affordable. So with working in this way, we're looking at what is reasonable if the communities and the municipality says, yes, this is so contentious already that nothing has been decided, that it needs to be understood. We want the input of people, and the taxes are important for your bottom line. Everybody struggles, I get it, but this is talking about year 2, 3, and 4, correct, Tim?
Yeah, that's where we start putting in the estimates for potential design and
Right.
construction work.
Right.
Year 1 does include, like, there's $755,000 in the first
Right.
year of the budget. That is for that engagement and all the upfront work that needs to be done.
Right, contractors don't come cheap.
And this might be a good opportunity to talk about some of the funding sources, right? I know
Yeah,
it was
please.
discussed earlier about having
Please,
taxes
thank you.
incorporating, right? So in year 1, we have 2 different funding sources. One of them is the Economic Development Reserve, which is funded through 2 sources. One is the wind farm developers tax that we charge to the wind farm that exists partially in our municipality. And the other source for that is the net proceeds of our own wind turbine out at the Kaiser Meadow facility. So those funds did not come from general rates, although they could be used in ways, it's all intertwined, of course. The other source is the General Capital Reserve, which is a much smaller, more specific reserve. It's legislated and required. The primary source of funding in that reserve right now is from proceeds of insurance proceeds for the loss of a large piece of equipment at the landfill. And so that was what funded that reserve primarily. There's other pieces that go in there, right? If we sell an asset off, we have to put those funds away. So in the current year, none of that, of course, has been included in ongoing taxes. However, it is, prior taxes and potential uses to offset. So, yeah, it is all interconnected, but those pieces have not contributed to any of the proposed tax rates going forward.
Okay,
Thank you, Warden Weber. I think that shows responsibility, accountability, and using things wisely. I think it's wrong to criticize that we're looking at it. We need to look at it. I think the approach that we're taking is very conservative and real, and the fact that people want their voices heard, please come out and let them be heard. That way we can either move forward with it or not move forward. Again, I'll say no decisions have been made. Thank you.
yeah. Okay, 3/4 ton truck.
First, there's a few more upgrades at the new Public Works facility
Oh,
that
yes,
have been
right.
planned for the upcoming year. Estimated at about 1.5 million for some paving, updating the parking infrastructure, the storage areas for salt and sand and equipment. Yeah, I think that's primarily it. I don't know if there's anything else there.
Councillor Connors?
Sure, thank you. So, this might be the right place to ask my question, because this is where we're looking at the new property that we purchased in terms of the facility and the grounds and further developing. So when Community Wheels was in here, we talked about the fact that they had to relocate from Social Work Activity Program, Bonnie Lee area, down to AHT, where they are, which, I'm not saying that that's not central, but I mean, where they were was a really great location, just off of the highway, just down the Windsor Road a little bit. This is the same area in terms of the centrality of, the drivers, the vehicles, and so on. And in addition to the location to Hubbard's, which is fine, could have gone anywhere, they're paying rent, I believe, and that's a cost out of their budget, and we know how tight budgets are, and we know that organization, we all do, right? So I think at the time, when they were here, it was thrown out, if we could look at accommodating those vehicles at Fleet somewhere. And I don't know if now is the time to ask about this location, get a little bit more hard, maybe more, me being a little bit more harder on that, just to say, and if it's a no, right? But have we explored that within this property development and enhancement and paving and all that, to be able to accommodate Community Wheels?
So Fred, you can speak to it a little more. We did look at it internally at staff, and given where we are now, we wouldn't have room to accommodate that fleet. And then there was concerns around the gates are up at night, it's locked, so that there's security pieces in there. And if we do the expansion, the area that we're looking at expanding would be down in the back part, and so you'd be looking at like our equipment going in there, so it'd be a dangerous situation to put additional community wheels traffic in there. From a space point of view for office space and stuff like that, where they're paying rent, that was not something their offices are all full over there, we're already at capacity over there. So we didn't identify any potential for them to come to that piece of property. And then staff at the executive level just had a conversation of, can we think of any other places? And we were at a loss as well. So we couldn't think of any other sites that might accommodate that. Certainly no municipal properties rose to the top.
Yeah, we do plan on just looking at the property, right? We have a lot of room, the back is already cleared, so, and I did have a rough concept plan out there, but I just want a consultant come in, do the topographic survey. What does an expanded parking lot look like out front? And then a road, a year-round road that can come out down to the bottom area there, which could be paved or gravel, possibly fenced. I threw some numbers in there, hopefully high, but it came to 1.5 million to do that. And would there be some temporary room? Possibly, we don't know for sure, but just, I want to have someone have a look at that, right? Because we were going to put in the accessible steps and that, but what's the grade that we should really hit to make this work, right? What can we do? And I just want someone to have a look at that, come up with a plan we can bring to council, then have money to implement some of this as well. Because one of the other things council has looked at is the cistern and rain barrel program. Well, where do we put that? You know, it could be a net zero, but where do we put this stuff? Where do we store it? And I'm thinking that could be a spot, but
We don't
that's
know
kind of
yet.
what's it. Yeah, it's a lot to discuss yet, but this is the thoughts of maybe preparing for programs like that, what we can do, and do we get the roads, J-class roads, right? Anyways.
So in terms of what's in the budget for this work this year, what we had discussed was coming up with a little more meat on the bones, so to say, for the plan,
100%.
and bringing that back to council for discussion before we would move forward with doing this work.
Exactly, we'll get those harder estimates, right? And then, and person may have better ideas than me too, right? So it's all good, right?
Okay,
All right, next item, and as I look at this while you were discussing that last one, I realized I already talked about this one in error.
yeah,
The other one, which I'll talk about now, is actually a similar idea, but for the sewer service, right? We had one truck and one wastewater operator, now we have two wastewater operators and soon to be a wastewater supervisor is in the budget for this year. So adding an additional 3/4 ton truck for going from one staff to three, we're proposing going from
Shift.
one truck to two. And that this one here is actually the public works growth, and the one that I talked about earlier as public works growth was sewer staff growth. But for very similar reasons. 3/4 ton trucks, this is for replacement of 3 of the existing fleet vehicles in years 3 and 4 of the capital plan. Similarly, there's a 1/2 ton truck in municipal properties that is budgeted for replacement in year 5 of the current 5-year plan. The next one is Wild Rose Park Phase 3. And this has $50,000 in the first year of the budget and then a $300,000 estimate for year 2. So that's included the completion of the last section of sidewalk, paving of some parking areas, and provision of accessible benches, tables,
Yeah,
et
like I
cetera.
discussed before, having a harder look at that before we construct.
yeah.
Next is I want to say carried forward, but it's a continuation of last year's budget from the Parkwood Drive Mill and Pave. We've pushed that out again into year 2. I think the idea is that the work that's done there needs to be after whatever work may be done for the Mill Cove fire protection stuff, because if we're going to do that work, we don't want to pave the
Don't
road
wanna
and
dig
then
it up
have to tear
twice,
it down.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
The Village of Chester traffic study improvements. This has gone from year 2 to year 1, so we have $100,000 budgeted to come from operating revenue this year. and this is for a study of potential changes to be done for traffic calming.
Yeah.
and
Tom?
Let Terry, or Fred go first, please.
Yeah, that was based on that initial study that was funded a few years ago, and I just put in a placeholder for now to have someone then possibly look at the design, what we can do and can get approved. But just on Monday of this week, the district director for the Department of Transportation asked that council.
We submit a plan.
Yeah, submit an official request. They'll do the study, tell us what they'll do and cost that, so, yeah. It's a placeholder in case they come up with something, but they're gonna do the work, so.
Andre?
Support new capital, a new capital project if we find a solution, yeah?
Exactly, something there, whether it's cul-de-sacs or land.
I think we should take this out of the operating revenue line and put it under, out of one of our reserves, probably our operating reserve.
So, with the enormity of the capital budget, there's been a lot of work put into, you know, if you look at the reserve budget plan, you can kind of see proposed balances for the budget based on the budgeted draws and contributions.
Yep.
And so certain reserves, in particular, the operating general reserve, and for one,
Yep.
has a described minimum balance goal. So by changing that, there would likely be some other impacts.
I have a plan for that.
Okay. So yeah, they're.
Take it out.
No, nobody else said that yet. No.
This is another 0.4 cents that our taxpayers have to bear.
Yeah, but we don't know the impact yet. I want to hear the impact before we take it out.
I don't want it there. Any other project where we're planning capital infrastructure wouldn't be burdened by just right on the taxpayer on cash.
So if the province has suggested they would be doing some work and would come to us with proposals for any potential cost there,
That's my understanding, yeah.
we could theoretically remove this project completely from our budget
That's good too.
and then present, it would have to come as an ad hoc request for any potential funding that was identified. Is that?
Then we could determine where it was going to go.
And I know exactly where we would take it, from reserves.
Well, if we didn't have a budget for,
Yeah, that's fine. I think you need to see your reserve budget first.
yeah. Yeah, we haven't even seen the reserve budget yet, so I guess, I know we have a
I
damn
think if
ton
that were
of
to be, if
projects
that's
on.
what we were to decide to do, it would be at the time that we have a better estimate of costs and what that would deliver, we would come back to council with a presentation of, and here is where we could fund it from, and there would be a determination made at that time as to what the most appropriate funding source was.
Okay? Okay, take it out. Councillor Bremner?
I can live with that as long as we do that.
Continue.
I do not want to, this is such a concern in our community. Right, thank you. I just want to make sure it's clear.
Where we fund it from, and I don't think that we should be planning to take it off the backs of the taxpayers this year.
Not if we don't know.
First, it's
We don't even know if we're doing
We
it.
don't even know what's gonna be.
Right, we
And
don't.
second, we normally will pull something.
Okay, take it out. For now. Okay, where are we now? Paved shoulders?
Yeah, the paved shoulders one, this is one that council has reviewed and approved the proposal from the province to pave the shoulders in and near Hubbard's, and that
Oh, yeah.
council would contribute 50% of the cost. We budgeted that from the Canada Community Building Fund.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's hard to say. The next one, we have another one with no dollar figure attached, so Millennium Drive culvert upgrade. Well,
Yeah, don't imagine that'll be the case, but whatever.
That would be a future report.
Yeah,
yeah,
it's just in there, yeah.
yeah. And then last but not least, we're into the Information Services Department. There are 3 capital items in the 5-year plan for that. All 3 of them are in future years. All 3 of them are regular ongoing work that happens every 4 to 5 years, depending on the piece. The first one is the endpoint hardware replacement, laptops,
Yep.
desktops. That's planned for year 3. Year 5, we have a budget for an update to the orthographic photography of the municipality, which helps with asset management, GIS, mapping, all that fun stuff. We do those updates every, I believe, 5 years. And then the final one is budgeted in year 4, that's for server infrastructure replacement. So these aren't imminent, they've all been done fairly recently, but we're making sure to include them in the 5-year cycle because they will happen within 5 years.
Hey, thank you. We're done for now. We're gonna go for lunch.
Okay?
Okay, we'll call the meeting back to order. And just exactly where are we? Reserve fund budgets?
So what we just got through was the details of the operating and capital budget by program.
Yep. Yep.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, so we just finished going through the detailed review of the operating and capital budgets as they're presented. I'll go back to the presentation now. So the next slide is around the forecast of debt and debt servicing charges. Kind of the bottom line with all the pretty colors is really the critical stuff where, you know, this is based, those colors are based on our provincial financial conditions indicators. So green being less than 10%, yellow being between 10 and 15%, and red being above 15%, and that's as a debt servicing cost as a percent of our own source revenue. And so as you can see there, there is obviously a growth in debt servicing costs as we spend more money funded through debt. But for clarity, I know most of the people around this table are very well familiar with this, but for the public who may be watching, most of our debt costs here in Chester are related to revenue-producing assets, whether it's the wind turbine or the landfill primarily, also sewers is another one. Those are either self-funded or revenue-generating areas, so they're not actually impacting the general rates that people pay on their property taxes.
Yeah.
There are some and growing amounts that go towards general rates, so the municipal properties and public works stuff there, as well as recreation. Those are other projects that would be funded from future taxpayers. However, the vast majority of debt is funded through either revenue generating or siloed off portions that are not funded through general rates.
Oh, sorry, Andre?
And I just wanted to add to that oftentimes when we project out, many years out, these are big capital projects oftentimes, and we don't know if we're gonna have funding partners in our plans. That comes later, and oftentimes when we have those funding partners' contributions in there, that helps too.
Yeah,
Drop it down. The farther out we go, the less we know about who's gonna come in on the project with us.
Yeah, and also we are, as we've mentioned a number of times, being quite aggressive with our estimates on timelines and budget on these things. So in reality, we expect those numbers, the bottom line numbers, to be better than what's presented here. These are presented, I won't say as a worst case, because you could always have something come in way higher than what we've expected, but we've tried to estimate high and aggressively short on timelines, as well as certain areas where we haven't identified external funding, which may come to play in some of the bigger projects for sure. Additionally, around the landfill, we are looking at we are ongoing review of best financing options for capital purchases there. Right now, this is assuming it is 100% funded through borrowing applied against landfill. However, there is likely some opportunity to fund some of that through landfill reserve funds or through other areas that might reduce that long-term debt servicing cost.
Okay, Tom?
Thank you, Warden Weber. I like how this is being addressed, because we've heard on other council sessions where we feel there hasn't been enough warning of things in this. We're getting to the point where we're proactive in looking at these things. You can get criticism either way, but I'd rather know than not know. And let's be frank, when we saw what we saw this morning, 4 years ago, we had a 70% charge. We dropped it, we kept it the same. Most municipalities have not been able to maintain that. And remembering, we're about third lowest in the province for what we offer, and we're going to have to look at that. 2.1 average, I think, is the cost of inflation. We haven't done anything, so we've got some tough decisions. Thank you.
All right, next we get into some discussion of the reserves budget. Now, there is a separate document. It is by far the lightest of the documents for the budget, and it really is primarily just kind of tying in the funding sources and contributions that are presented in the operating and capital budget and presenting them along with the reserves that they go with. So in that document, there's a slide here that summarizes. So in the current, the projected balance for the beginning of the current fiscal year, so at March 31st of this year, I've actually highlighted a couple changes in the presentation because I'd forgotten to include one thing, but it's been updated. This isn't based on feedback from the last meeting, but it was a change, so I thought I'd highlight it. Operating reserves budget projected at 39.2 million. Capital reserves budget 22.3. For a total reserves budget of $61.6 million at the start of this fiscal year. We have contributions budgeted at 4.3 into operating and 943,000 into reserves, into capital, for a total of just shy of 5.3 million total contributions. And then withdrawals from reserve to fund operating activities. From operating reserve, 1.15 million. We can't fund operating activities from capital reserves, so that's 0. Significant contributions to capital funding from operating reserves of 15.4 million, as well as an additional 4 million coming from capital reserves to go to capital projects, for a total of a budget of $19.4 million to be withdrawn from reserves for operating and capital activities in the 26-27 fiscal year, along with some interest income for both.
So our total reserves will be down by the end of this year by?
That is the expectation, yeah. So to go from about 61.6 total reserves at the start of the year down to about 47.9, or just shy of 48 million.
Okay, I just wanted to get that straight.
and then-
Andre, you had a question before I could move on?
Yeah, just, I think I brushed on it last session, a discussion about how we deal with a revenue that comes from wind. Our policy is to split revenue up with support of economic development, community investment, and the rest goes to our operational reserve, I believe. So, and you know, that 1/3, 1/3, 1/3 formula has served us reasonably well, even though I think that the ratios were set kind of arbitrarily. You know, we use, when we do, for example, our major capital grants, we're offering 2 $100,000 grants annually, plus we do the smaller ones of $20,000 or so, and it ends up being a lot of money we're giving away every year. And here we are now confronted with a potential tax increase, and we're looking at these reserves, and we have some big projects on the horizon, and reserves are diminishing somewhat. You know, I think it'll be okay, but obviously as you do some big ones, there's gonna be some dips. I suggested the other day that maybe we look at that ratio, and instead of just taking 1/3, 1/3, 1/3, maybe we take half of that wind revenue and put it to reserves, and take a quarter and a quarter and put it to economic development and community support or development or whatever. Now that would mean that maybe instead of giving out 2 or budgeting for 2 $100,000 grants annually, then we would have 1. Well, I think it's, well, we can debate that, but the point is, you know, we're more than generous in the money that we give away with grants, and even with this change, we would be quite generous. But, you know, sometimes we have to make hard decisions, and if I have to make a hard decision of like, do I do big capital projects, or do I have to look down at a tax increase, or do I give away this grant money every year? I know which one I would want to choose. I would want to restrict maybe a little bit of the grant money, because I feel like those are more discretionary, and then focus on our core mandate, which is infrastructure and all that stuff. So I am in favor of increasing the amount of contribution we make through wind to, like, it would be a policy change that would have to come to council, but if we're budgeting, to budget an extra, what it'll end up being is about almost 0.6 cents worth of funding that we would be putting into
our operating budget.
Yeah, basically that operating reserve, and we could decide which one to put it into. I say we go wherever it goes now, but it could help to shore up that reserve, which we're going to rely on heavily over the next few years.
Yeah. Tina?
Thank you. I'm not in favor of Deputy Vino's suggestion, Deputy Warden Vino's suggestion. Thank you, though. I know that, you know, there's 7 of us around the table, and I certainly could be outvoted, but I won't be voting in favor of that suggestion. Certainly, we were here with the development of the wind, not our wind project, but the developer's wind project, South Canoe. And so certainly from there is where we arrived at the one-third, 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 and all that jazz, and I get it. It's smart planning to revisit, of course, but no, I'm in favor of continuing the level of pride that I have in being able to speak that, and we all, of course, it's not just a reflection of anyone else, but the fact that we're able to invest back into our communities to the extent that we have, I take immense pride in that, and I take immense pride in the fact that I'm able to say that we tuck away a third of, a dollar that comes in strictly for community investment, community nonprofit organizations making the application. So again, I'll live with whatever we decide, but I will be certainly on record when I ask for a recorded vote with that motion, and I would ask that if we are moving forward in the budget, Warden Weber, that we break that motion out if there is a motion, like we did last week, so.
Yeah, well, there's no motion on the floor yet, but just so I clear, so we use 1/3 as community development,
So-
1/3 is economic development projects, or?
Right,
or
so,
that have that?
the current policy, so there's sort of two revenue sources that are combined. One is the wind farm developers tax that we charge to the South Canoe property.
Yeah.
And the other is the net proceeds of our own wind turbines. So that's the
Yes.
revenues we develop through production, less the costs.
Can I just
But it all
for,
goes
so that
into
it's
the
clear
same.
for everybody, it's, the wind farm revenue tax is not a tax we set, it's a formula that's set by
Oh,
the
it's all by the
province.
Yeah.
province?
So we don't have flexibility in increasing that amount.
No,
It's
no.
a single property,
Yeah.
it goes up by exactly 1% per year.
Yeah.
That is structured, there's no,
Yeah,
it's
but
not
right now,
based on assessed
1/3
value.
goes into community development.
Right, so of those two revenue sources, the total of them is just shy of $1 million a year right now.
Yeah.
And we split those by 1/3 each. Equal thirds go into the community development reserve, the economic development reserve, and the general operating reserve. The community development reserve is the one that's used for those capital grant programs. Economic development is used for a number of purposes, in economic development,
It
operations and
offsets some of
activities.
our operating activities.
And the general is the general reserve.
Councillor Connors and then Councillor Church.
Councillor Connors?
Thank you. So thank you, Tim, for breaking that down for us. And I think that we should further break down the investments that come from each of those identified projects. What is it, 90-10 or 95-5? Like, I mean, the South
From the
Canoe,
revenue sources, you
the
mean?
South Canoe project compared to the.
So in the current year, we are budgeting and will receive $725,000 from the South Canoe portion. And then about 200,000 is the net expected gain from generating our own wind power. Yeah.
Okay, Sharon?
Thank you. I was going to ask what Councillor Connors just asked, so I was curious to know the difference. I know it's not going to be right on, but we're going to have one more turbine that we'll get money
Yeah,
for,
that's gonna be
That'll be a
marginal.
much smaller piece, but yeah.
much smaller piece. But I mean, I would have no problem putting our own turbine revenue from that into operating, and that would, be more helpful. I think would, in addition to what's there.
Right now,
Right now, it's 1/3, 1/3, 1/3 of 900.
almost a million.
Yes, that's 300,000 already going into the operating reserve. And if we only used our own, it
Well,
would
it's
only
not
be
enough.
200.
It's not enough.
No,
No.
that'd be less, so
Yeah,
less
no, we
money.
can't do
Of
that.
those two revenue streams that go into that net wind revenue, one of them is an ongoing and will continue likely growing at 1% per year. The other one is based on our own turbine, which has
Depends
an
on the
end of its
wind.
useful life, right? It depends on the wind, but it also, we have a 20-year power purchase agreement with Nova
Yeah.
Scotia Power that will expire in, I think it's 7 or 8 years,
Yeah.
something like that.
Yeah,
And then there's a useful life of that asset. It is unlikely that we would obtain a similar revenue rate from Nova Scotia Power if we were to replace it with another turbine. And so that piece, the one that's about 250-ish, I think, that's a more uncertain and temporary piece. It's likely to be about the same for the next few years, then potentially, if we can continue operating it through the end of our PPA, it might increase a little bit as we finish paying off the debt, and then it would go away. or change drastically.
don't
The other piece, the 725, that's a more consistent, likely to be ongoing piece.
Yeah.
So any changes we make to the self-generated wind is likely to be a temporary change within less than 10-year time period. And changes to the other one would be likely more permanent.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, Andre?
In short, what I'm proposing is, because we combine all of the wind together, really, under the current model, it would be an additional 160,000 roughly that would be allocated to operating reserves. And then we'd be diminishing sort of our grant funding, which is our community development portion by 80,000, and the economic development portion would be diminished also by 80. That is the proposal.
So you're suggesting that we use half of it goes into the operating reserve as opposed to 1/3?
Because we can foresee that we have many, many projects on the horizon, and I feel like, I think allocating so much to grant funding when we have these ambitious goals, I think it's just a better resource use.
We currently aren't using the entirety of those reserves for grants anyway, are we?
We have not, through recent years, been using, so, for example, the community development one is one that's used more consistently for the annual community and capital grants. We're putting about 320,000 per year into that reserve, plus whatever interest income is earned. And, for example, this year in the budget, there's 173, I think.
That's being spent.
Right, so there's, and we have not, in my experience in 5-6 years now, ever given out more grants than the money we're putting into that reserve, so that reserve continues to grow. The economic development portion grows a little quicker because there's even less spending going on out of that.
So I'm just gonna ask the question. So if we did what's being suggested, was take half of the revenue and put it into our operating reserves, and half of it still goes to those two places where we aren't spending all the money anyway, what impact would that have on our overall? I mean, I know we're all sitting here trying to figure out how do we keep the tax rate as close as we can. I mean, like that's.
So by changing allocation of which reserves it goes into, it's not directly gonna impact the tax rate, right? It would be using those funds in different ways from the reserves instead of funding it from.
Well, yes, but if
So
you
the
would have,
difference, if we
you
were to
would
go
have
from
greater ability.
1/3 to each, to a system that had half to one and then a quarter to the other two, so 1/3 for this year's budget is around 320,000. Half would be about 480.
Yeah. so
And a
it's-
quarter would be about 240, right? So you, so the ones that are being reduced to a quarter would lose from 320 to 240, so about 80 grand less to those, and with the difference being the 160 extra added to the other one. So to go from 320 to 480.
Yeah, it's not making, Andre.
Oh, sorry.
It doesn't really directly affect the tax rate, sorta, but for example, when we were talking about traffic calming in the village, that was a project that we would have taken directly from operating. But at the time, before we just threw the whole budget off books, my suggestion was put it in reserves against the operating reserve. Now, if we have
Why wouldn't
If
we just?
we're funding it better, that we're funding our operating reserve better, then we don't have to feel such, like that's not such a big problem when you're funding it better. And that's why, at the time, I said, well, I sort of have a plan for that, and that's to try to get more money into our operating reserve, so if we would need to move things off of the burden of the taxpayer, then at least you have some money in there that you can deal with these projects, so. That was the thinking anyways, and then there'll be other examples, I'm sure, into the future, so.
Yeah, and to that point, the way the budget is built right now, specifically with the extent of the capital budget for 5 years, we've already kind of hit the limit of what we can draw from reserves over 4 or 5 years, from, in particular, the general
Because
operating
we need
reserve.
to
So by adding additional funds to that, it would free up some additional capacity to fund other projects that right now I would recommend against, because we're already hitting the limit of the minimum balance for that reserve.
And that's the point, so
Right.
then we don't have to use operating, like liquid operating money, and so that's the purpose of this suggestion.
So if we did that, would it have an impact on our ability to lower the tax rates?
It would need to be combined with reallocating spending that is currently coming from general
Sure, but
operating
but if
to
we sent
reserve
you
funding.
back to take a look at how that could all work out,
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, if there
there'd be
was-
no point in doing it if it isn't gonna do anything to the tax rate.
Yeah, so right now, in what's been presented, you have a number of things that are being funded through, in the operating budget, that are being funded through our operating reserve. So the merit warden review at 55,000, the contingency at 50,000, the water program at 20,000. So there's a number of things that are listed on the presentation slide number 23 that are currently funded from operating reserves. So I think what Tim would need to do is go back with this direction and look at those other things that we could fund from that using operating reserves that are
If
currently in
if
our
we
operating
increase
budget,
the
if that's
operating
what you were
reserve.
looking at doing.
Yeah.
Yes, and increasing the operating reserves would make that more feasible
More
from that
feasible.
reserve. I mean,
Would
if
it make
we were
more
given
sense to
direction
just put it
today,
into the operating budget?
so there are some areas where we could, fund operating costs through reserves more than we do now. In general, it is better practice to make sure that you're not setting up an ongoing expense to be temporarily funded, right? So if you were to say, well, here's something we do every year, but this year we want to keep the rate low, so let's fund it from here. Eventually, you're gonna have to fund that because you're gonna run out of extra money, right?
Yeah.
But there are ways that we could design some changes into the way that budgeting is done for particular programs and perhaps look at permanently moving certain operating expenditures to being reserve funded. And then you wouldn't be building that, growing issue of funding a gap with existing funds. So I don't think I could sit here right now today and present those options to you, but with some direction, I could come back with some options for how to do something like that, and
Yeah.
what maybe would be the better ways and places that we could do that. If there were specific areas where anybody on council had ideas that they would like us to explore specific spots, happy to include that. There's also some areas that we as an administration team could come back with recommendations to achieve that goal.
Okay, so I'm just gonna ask this because I just wanna know, would it be a simpler or more effective strategy if we didn't take the 1/2 from the wind reserves and put it into operating reserves, but just put it into the revenue? Our general revenue, same as tax revenue.
In some ways, it would be simpler. In other ways, there'd be more to consider, right? Because, again, with the temporary nature of some of those wind reserves, you gotta consider, are we doing something and then we're gonna rely on this that is only gonna get pulled from us?
Later date, yeah. Okay,
I have some ideas for some options. I don't wanna, brainstorm
I know
them
you
out
don't.
loud in a public session right now. I'd like to have some time to prepare those. But if there was guidance as to what the overall goal is, there's definitely some ideas that we have for putting that together.
Yeah. Andre?
Just quickly, so I mean, the magnitude of what we're talking about is sort of equates to about 0.6 in today's dollars, in today's situation. It's about 0.6 of a cent, say. All we're talking about is just taking 0.6 of a cent annually. We can do a big shell game or whatever, but we're just saying, do we want to allocate this for using it, that we could use it more operationally? Or do we want to have it allocated for economic development and community development? And that's all really philosophically, that's what we're talking about. What bins we decide to put it in, we can, Tim will find the right recipe for that. That's no problem. But it's like, do we want to take that 0.6 cents and put it so that we can access it more operationally?
Yeah, and my kind of primary thinking along those options would be, it would be easy to say, well, we've got some money in this reserve and we want to reduce the budget by that much this year, so let's just allocate this much to there and there we're done. But I think it would be better to consider the long-term impact and make, more permanent changes of something that can lead to, ongoing and not causing a growing issue that's just sort of being hidden with reserve
What I
funding.
do like
There are
about-
ways to do it. I think it just needs to be a little more thoughtful.
What I do like about putting it in an operating reserve is that we have a lot of operational projects, like the ones you cited about 5 minutes ago. And those aren't ongoing every year expenses, they're transient, some come and go, you have different ones. That makes sense to fund them from an operating reserve, and if this funding varies in the future, then that makes sense too, for everything to be in one bin like that. So. So, yeah, I think I'd be interested in seeing what that scenario looked like.
Well, me too. I mean, I get that what I'm hearing around the table. I mean, nobody wants to raise the taxes, whoever does. But at the same time, we need to maintain our financial stability, knowing full well of all the things that we have coming, moving forward. So, so I guess what people would want to know is, what can we do to, I'm not going to say not increase it at all, but how can we reduce it by using some of the reserves that, and I'm going to talk about landfill reserve too, because it's growing as opposed to shrinking, and could we use some of that to manage some of this increase in expenditures?
Yeah, so what I think would be helpful for preparing documents for the next discussion. So council in our last meeting, council identified a bunch of areas in the budget to say, no, let's cut that.
Yeah.
And that's something that can help with offsetting costs, obviously.
Yeah, and we did a little bit of that today.
Once you've reached the limit of that, which we may be close to or not now, I'm not sure.
Well, we've
Then
gone
to
through
give an
it.
idea of, tell us to come back with options for permanently making some change that alleviates a certain portion of the operating fund. And there are options to do that, whether it's allocating what is currently going to reserves into operating, or identifying particular ongoing expenses that would make sense to fund from a particular reserve going forward that might use up some of that capacity we talked about, where we're contributing more to reserve than we're drawing in some cases.
Yeah.
Or there are some other options that we could present. I mean, having a target would be really helpful.
Yes.
So like motions to provide changes are great. We got a lot of those last week. Those were really helpful. If there are more of those, I would really appreciate them. And then once council feels like they're kind of at the end of where they can reach with that, perhaps providing a target for where you would like us to get to with the options that we bring back to you, and considering things like changes to the wind energy revenue, or the solid waste reserve is another area.
Councilor Reno.
Yeah, so, obviously, as we've sort of talked about a few times, it's either you increase the revenue or you decrease the expenses. So, by changing, for example, we were changing the expense of funding more grants, and we move that revenue into something that we can get to operationally that increases or decreases our expense. That's good, that's the right direction. We have revenue generating things that we have. We have services we offer to other municipalities, we have fees we charge for services, we have the tax rate, we have wind revenue, we have the landfill. So the one thing we haven't really talked about too much is the landfill. In the budget here, I see that the contribution to the landfill reserve has gone up by 1.6 million. I think about a little more than $100,000 worth of that is just investment income, probably. But then I'm not sure exactly how that works, but it looks like we're putting about, say $1.5 million into that landfill reserve. And if it were a company that I were running and I was in dire straits, I'd be starting to think, do I want to keep this, if this were my private sector company, how much do I want to keep in that company as retained earnings? How much do I need to? And that's a good question to ask, I think, because, if I were in dire straits, I'd be, you got that full bank account right there, and, it made money. We're projecting it's going to make a lot of money. Should we be taking that off and counting on that as a company that we own? And our shareholders all want their dividend. Should we be giving them a dividend that gives them a break? My impression is that, if we can count on it and we've covered our mandatory closure costs and all that stuff and foreseeable equipment costs and stuff like that, we should be able to take from that and use it. That's the purpose of this operation, is to make money. We're in the business of making money. And, so that's the next place I would go, and look at, is putting $1 million away adequate? That $500,000, if we took that $500,000, that would be enough to close the gap to zero. Is that something we want to do? I think, I'm kind of inclined to look at that.
President Tom?
Thank you, Warden Weber. As I've been reminded, this is a municipality. This is for everyone to get an opportunity to have a saving. This is a business of what we've built and have extra funds coming in. I like what our financial officer has proposed to look at. I think that's moving forward in paces and stages as economics change and as our communities change. We get a lot of benefits as a municipality, you know? We get to take things to the landfill for nothing, for free. Most places don't get that. There's a lot of little things that add up. People forget that, but at the same time, now we're taking what they've built and giving it back to them again. So it's a double win, in my opinion. So I can support this thought of looking at a different process and looking at the ability to keep it as low as possible if there has to be an increase. I'm not opposed to some increase, but I am opposed to stiffing it to the residents. That's not the way we operate.
We start
Thank
this
you.
budget out at, a, what, 3.4% increase? Now, I know this is not popular for everybody, but if we were to send you home and tell us what would a 0% increase mean and what would a 1% increase, 1 cent increase mean?
Yeah. Yeah, we could bring back options for that next week, for sure.
Yeah? Are we good with that?
Yes, I want to see what the numbers look like, and what the risks are.
Yeah, well, that's right, because I'm as much concerned with our long-term objectives as I am with my short-term objectives, yeah. So are we good with that?
Yes.
Okay, and that's your direction. So we are finished for today.
Yep, do you want us to bring that back on Thursday, or did you want to do a meeting in between to review that before, so that you can approve on Thursday? It's up to you. After Thursday, I'm gone for 2.5
Well, you
days.
said Tuesday night works for,
If you want to review it before it comes to council on Thursday.
well, it'd be nice if we could approve a budget sometime soon.
Yes.
So
Does Tuesday night work for
maybe
everybody?
Tuesday night,
Doesn't matter, we'll make it.
You can't make Tuesday? Well, what if we started at 4 o'clock? Well, we're only gonna get two scenarios and
Talking the 21st.
Yeah.
I'm good.
at 4 o'clock?
Yep.
Can everybody make it? Okay, that's what we're doing.
Okay.
Yep. Motion to adjourn. Seconder. Anybody else want to go home? Discussion? All those in favor?